Good morning, everybody. My name is Kersi Porbundarwala. I am here in Copenhagen, Denmark. It's pretty good, nice and not sunny, but it's not too cloudy either. So it's a fairly decent day, which is typical of the time for this part of the world. At least it is bright. It's a little bit light because as we go along the next months, it will be dark. This time of the day, around 10 o'clock, the light comes around 10:30, 11, and goes away to 2:30. So this is a different part of the world, but we have participants from all over the world. We have about 90 people have registered, and many of them, of course, will see it on demand, or they will be coming as the day goes by. But it is the Corporate Culture Day. We have had these cultural days for many years, and this is one in a series of these days. We have kind of the AI Day and the Data Protection Day and Compliance Day and IT Security Day and so on, where we focus on those particular issues that are relevant for the corporate world. We have a fantastic agenda for you. We have speakers from Europe, America, North and South America. We have Tamara from the United States, and we have a speaker from Argentina, and yeah, all over the world. So we have 8 speakers that will talk about the different areas and of culture, but primarily focused on the key theme of this year, which is AI, artificial intelligence. I just came back late last night from Vienna, where we conducted a 3-day certification course in AI in Vienna for the United Nations, a big part of the United Nations, an agency. And as we go along in November, I will be in London and Dubai and Lagos and many other, and Bangalore and so on. So this is something which is in high demand, and this is what we will be focusing on as well. So let me briefly go through the agenda. One of the advantages of organizing such a seminar is that I get to speak, and I get to speak first. So I will kind of lay the background of the corporate culture, what it's about, and then we will just dive into the different themes. Julia, Julia Haglin will talk about the human algorithm, because the human component is a very vital and important part of developing the corporate culture. Also, when it comes to AI, which is a lot of technology, a lot of automation, and so on. Then we have Professor Colin Coulson Thomas, who is a global advisor to board of directors and has multiple hats. And he will be talking about understanding changing cultural drivers in the AI area. What are the change components? And Professor Colin is very well versed in the theme of change management as well. Then we have from Tata Steel in Europe, Rajendran Raghotama, and he will be talking about embedding AI into the corporate culture and governance. How do you embed it? So when we have a component like the human algorithm, when we have the cultural drivers, now how do you embed it into the processes, into the daily routines of the organization? Because otherwise it doesn't make sense. And then after a short break, we will go into the psychological risk. And above all, we will be talking about the Raki metrics: responsible, accountable, consultant, and informed. This is a very, very well-known matrix that you can use to enforce the accountability, responsibility, and so on in AI. And his focus will be on the psychological risk, which we also need to take into consideration. And after his Raki introduction, Professor Enan Uvaila, he will be going through the Raki matrix as a sustainability component. So we will be focusing quite a bit on Raki. And as a matter of fact, when we had this 3-day course in the United Nations, we also last afternoon focused at least an hour on the Raki matrix and how it can help you do that. And then we will have Darine Fayed from France. Darine is the General Counsel for EMEA for Cinch. Mail, it was called Mailjet earlier. So, and she will be talking about the culture and the diversity component. And of course, also focusing on the AI corporate culture. And then we will have Horatio. Horatio is from the United States. I believe it's Atlanta. And he will demystify AI. So, with all the components that we have been talking about, he will demystify it and assess the cultural state of the organization. How can you do that? And then finally, Tamra, Tamra Moore, she will be talking about the decision-making processes. So what type of decisions can you make from all of these different components that we are going to implement during the day? So as you can see, we have a fantastic uh, group that will talk about the different AI things. So let's talk about creating the culture in data, in AI, and in privacy, because the cultural component does not or is not limited only to AI, but we also need to focus on the data, because without data, there is no AI. So that is a vital component. And of course, also privacy, because when you have data, you have a lot of privacy issues. So therefore, these three, they go hand in hand. Let's also focus on the cybersecurity issues, because as you know, cybersecurity or cybercrime is now the third largest nation in the world. The GDP, the amount of money the criminals are taking, corresponds to approximately the GDP of just United States, China, and then the rest. So this is something that is very much in advance. And even this morning, we had some issues that we were discussing about cybersecurity, where last night some companies were attacked. So this is a thing that has to be focused on, and each lost record, and believe me, there are millions of records that the cyber criminals take, cost minimum $150 US dollars. These are some statistics that are very old. Unfortunately, the slides has got mixed up. I have updated these numbers, but they are very similar. They are very similar. The cost per lost record is now not 150, but close to $250. And the total cost of a breach is not 392, but close to $5 million. So these are some amounts that are staggering. And of course, I'm sure as we speak, we have some bugs trying to infiltrate the network, and hopefully we have adequate and appropriate firewalls that can take care of that. So let's go step by step, and finally, I will be talking about the AI component in detail. But let's talk general about these issues. And part of the compliance culture is to organize the individual behavior, because it is that particular individual that is going to influence how the corporate culture is being built. Of course, the management and the board and others can do certain things so that the platform for that particular individual is there. And then the individual, together with the department or the division or the group, can develop the corporate culture. The next thing is feedback and training. We have multiple types of training, and issues relating to AI, data, and privacy are quite complex. And therefore, we need to have the knowledge, we need to have the education so that we are aware of the different areas where things can go wrong. And therefore, company wide training provides that particular platform that is so necessary. After the training, you have to make each of the components, each of the GDPR components, which is kind of the global golden rule in privacy, the AI and the data. All of these have multiple obligations. You need to identify obligations and don't go into too much detail. Just select three in privacy, three in AI, or three in data, and make it relevant for the employees in their daily routines, so that they are aware of what focus the board and the management is going to place on these different issues and areas. Again, some statistics where 96% of Americans believe that employee negligence is at least a minor contributor. Excuse me. I do not agree. It is not the negligence of the employees, but it is the negligence of the management who do not train the employees to ensure that the right discipline in the organization is there, and how they are able to avoid the data breaches. This is the responsibility of management to tell the employees and just not blame the employees. Oh, our employees are negligent, our employees do not have the discipline, or our employees opens a funny file, or whatever the case is. It is the training and awareness that management has to provide to the employees that will ensure that the employees can also contribute without being negligent. So more than 40% of reported breaches, security breaches, are caused by employee negligence. That is a fact that has to be addressed, because it takes just a couple of seconds of thoughtfulness or anti-thoughtfulness to create a breach, but it takes lots and lots of training to ensure that this does not happen. So therefore, employees play a vital factor, but it is also important, or even more important, for management to ensure that employees are well trained, and also there are technical impediments, firewalls, and all of these things to ensure that the cyber criminals do not have access to your systems, to your apps, or to your data. Point number 3 is onboarding. Onboarding when the employee comes into the organization, onboarding when you have a new system, onboarding when you upgrade a system that you have, all different types of onboarding, so that the introduction of new issues are part of the training that the employee is getting. It's not just the introduction to the different legislations, and as you know, there are multiple legislations, at least in the EU, that you have to abide by. The EU Commission has now indicated that they will be much restrictive in introducing new legislations, because they can see that these legislations are quite an impediment to the organization. Many of them are very prescriptive, many of them are very bureaucratic, many of them require a lot of reporting and disclosures in the annual reports to the stakeholders and so on, to the oversight authorities as well, and so on, which creates quite a bit of compliance burden, a bureaucratic burden, a documentation burden to the organizations. And this is something that they will be looking into. And that is also about time. So, in the different processes that are created, you must have privacy by design or compliance by design or even IT security by design, so that these components, these are included in the organization and as a regular training and awareness component. Employees are informed of how technically the organizations can introduce these compliance, these governance, these risks, these IT security issues by design into the systems. Now, with the introduction of AI and the models that you can create, it's much simpler to get these security issues by design than it has been in the past, because there you had to take the whole process and ensure that it was compliant by design. There are also issues with regards to the commercial, marketing, payroll, and other groups that should have particular type of training, particular type of awareness, so that these departments are also aware of the issues that can ensure that they, as an individual, are able to contribute to the culture of the organization. These training and awareness issues must be in different formats, in various formats. You cannot have a one size fits all training program from the board to senior management to the rest of the employees. You have to tailor this in the organization as well. As you then go along and ensure that you have done it in the right way, you can have some controls that influences the behavior. And how do you ensure that you know or you are aware how these controls are? And these controls can be related to, for example, IT and cybersecurity that I've been focusing on the first slides, because it is an area that is growing very, very fast, because the cyber criminals are now also using AI. They are, as a matter of fact, probably using more AI. They are well versed into the and using these models to do some penetration within the networks, which are causing all of this trouble. So therefore, you need to have these controls to ensure that the control culture in the organization, the control culture, not believe that controls are there to watch the employees or oversee management, but that these controls and this control culture is there in the organization as an instrument to stop these hackers from entering into the into the systems or networks. All of this requires change. You cannot do without change management. There will be issues and methodologies and processes that are being used throughout the organization that will change, and that change must also reflect in the behavior of management, behavior of staff, the behavior of managers, supervisors in the organization, so that everybody together focuses on these issues as part of the culture. So, bad data and privacy in the AI culture is an area. Therefore, it requires commitment, engagement, and support from the board down, and that filters down to the rest of the organization. Accountability is an area where the owners, the stewards of the different policies, the different procedures, those who own the different policies that govern the different AI or IT or cybersecurity issues are accountable. And it is with that accountability, the responsibility, that you can ensure that the controls are there and any breach in the controls, any failures in the controls are also addressed in a manner that has priority. Budget. All of this requires resources, not only skills, but also resources and a budget so that you can implement these controls. And always remember there is no such thing as cheap data, there's no such thing as cheap AI. And to implement these controls requires some skills, but also resources, especially when you are introducing new AI models in the organization. As we go along, remember to document these issues, these change management procedures, because one of the big problems in AI is that we are in such a rush, such a hurry to implement all of these changes that we forget to document it. Documentation is still valid, of course. AI is going to help you. There is no paper and pencil anymore, but you need to ensure that you, in the training of the models that you do, you include also the documentation component. And then when you have come so far, implemented the issues that we talked about, you conduct a small meeting with the different stakeholders and address some of these issues. Ask simple questions. How can we make privacy, AI, or data relevant? Because the C-level officers and employees have different agendas, and you need to have an agenda for that is valid and tailored for the C-level officers and an agenda for the employees or managers. So you have to make it relevant so that they, in their own responsibility, can influence the development of the corporate culture in the organization. As AI is implemented, as these complexities are identified, how do you tailor the training and awareness to the different departments and different projects? Every department has a different maturity level. Every department has a different ambition when it comes to introducing or implementing AI in the organization. So how can you tailor that particular training? Because in this presentation, we focus more on the training and awareness as a primary component to develop the corporate culture. So how do you tailor these? Because you need different approaches, and doing a survey and asking these different stakeholders, where is it you feel the pain points? Where is it you feel that you need additional information? Because some are lawyers, some are accountants, some are IT guys, some are process guys, and so on. They have their own individual training, and what type of training do they need to supplement it? And then, based on the all of these questionnaires, you can collect and analyze the input, and ultimately ensure that accountability and compliance is part of that culture. So I will now also at this time talk about some of the issues that are relevant in the AI component. How do you implement the corporate culture in the organizations where AI is heavily involved and it requires certain other issues rather than just training and awareness? We have now completed the training and awareness, and therefore we will now focus on other issues like adaptability and agility, so that there is experimentation, there is a embracing of the change, and there is a mindset that requires the adaptability and the agility to ensure that all of the change issues in AI are done and the new technologies, the tools, the business models are well explained so that everybody in the organization can adapt and be agile. Continuous learning and curiosity about the skills that you need to develop, curiosity about the e-discovery issues, the new discovery issues on AI. What happens if we do this with AI? What happens if we do that with AI? This is the type of the curiosity that everybody in the organization must have. And this curiosity is achieved by AI literacy. We must ensure that there is a AI literacy program in the organization so that everybody is aware on how can we ensure that the technical issues, the fundamental AI issues, the application issues, and above all, the ethical issues of AI, the ethical implications of AI are also introduced in the organization so that with that knowledge, combined with the training and awareness from part one, everybody is able to move in that same direction. Another area where AI can give you a lot of information is the data-driven decision making. As I mentioned earlier, without data, there is no AI. So therefore, you have loads and loads of data, and you can use this data that drives the decision-making process. So here again, with the training and awareness, there has to be not only AI literacy, but there has to be data fluency, which is a collective ability to interpret, analyze, communicate all of the data that is being used in AI and that is used in the organization. And this focus on the data also automatically moves forward with regards to data integrity and data governance. Again, take three components for data integrity and data governance and focus around it. So therefore, with all of these components, you are able to introduce an ethical corporate culture in the organization that focuses on responsible AI, ethical corporate culture that focuses on responsible AI. And here, some of the components are accountability, responsibility, trust, transparency, and human-centered values, values that outweigh all of the efficiency components, all of the ethics component to ensure that the human-centric approach is relevant also in the way you can develop your algorithms or whatever else that drives your AI models. And finally, blow up all the silos in the organization. AI or data knows no boundaries. So therefore, we still see organizations that are very much silo-oriented, and you cannot have that. So ensure that everything in the corporate culture development is across the organization. You have cross-functional cultural teams in the organization that have open communications, that have the human and the AI collaboration, so that together with that, you are able to implement the culture in a manner that is appropriate and adequate for your particular organization. Because not two organizations are the same, and therefore you have the the human-centric approach in developing the corporate culture. So I believe now it's exactly 10:30, which means that my time is over, and I will now stop sharing my slide. Oops. I will stop sharing so that Julia, Julia is already there and ready. So Julia will talk about the human algorithm. And this is a more scientific related approach because you use behavioral science in the adoption of AI, and how can you use the human algorithm as part of the um, trust? How can you foster trust, reduce risk, or get the risk intelligence from AI so that it is embedded in the corporate culture in the organization? So thank you very much, Julia, for being here with us today. You are being recorded, so your presentation will be going far and wide. So please share your screen and tell us what and how can we include the human component in AI.
Thank you very much, Kirsty, and thank you also for a very interesting session prior to mine. And good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak at Global Corporate Culture Day. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about how behavioral science can help us bring the human element back into AI adoption, ensuring technology truly serves the people and not the other way around. Because AI may run on data, but its impact depends on human psychology. So today I will talk about how behavioral science can help leaders foster trust, reduce risk, and embed AI responsibly into corporate culture. But before we dive in, let me just very briefly introduce myself and why this topic matters to me. I'm actually a behavioral scientist, which often makes people raise an eyebrow in the year that I spent my entire career in finance. I personally like to think of it as studying human behavior, just with more spreadsheets and market shocks. I spent nearly 30 years in financial markets, including as a CEO of Nasdaq Clearing, which is deemed to be Sweden's most systemically important financial market infrastructure. So that's obviously where trust and resilience weren't buzzwords, they were true survival skills. Today, I lead Northhouse, a RegTech company using AI to strengthen governance and compliance, bringing the internal governing frameworks to life. So my work sits at the intersection of behavioral science, entrepreneurship, and technology, helping organizations build sustainable, resilient cultures. Because in the end, strong governance and great cultures are two sides of the same coin. But now let's dig into today's topic. What if I told you that AI's greatest challenge is not technological, it's human? We often talk about AI as if the real challenge are algorithms, data, or computing power. But history shows us something very different. Technology almost always works. It's people who decide whether it succeeds or fails. So let's take the Luddites in the 1800s as an example. When weaving machines arrived in England, they were smashed to pieces by skilled textile workers, not because the machines didn't work, but because they threatened jobs, identity, and trust. The technology actually functioned perfectly, but the human adoption did not. Or think of the Y2K panic. At the turn of the millennium, governments and companies spent billions preparing for computer systems to fail at midnight. The fear wasn't really about computers breaking down, it was about our uncertainty in managing them, our fear of losing control. every major technology shift is not just about innovation. It's about psychology, it's about behavior, it's about culture. And this is personal for me. I've spent nearly 30 years in financial markets, as I mentioned, in environments where technology, risk, and trust collide. At Nasdaq Clearing, we manage systems so complex that it had very large importance into the financial markets. What I've learned is this: the technology itself is rarely the problem. It's how humans use it or fail to use it, what makes the difference between resilience and crisis. So that's why today I want to talk about the human algorithm, not the computer algorithms, the culture, the behaviors, and the values that will decide whether AI strengthens our organizations or undermines them. AI is different, but also familiar. So if every technology shift, there's been at its heart a human story. What makes AI any different? But let's start with what's familiar. So throughout history, every big technology shift has disrupted more than just the tools we use. The printing press did not just create books, it reshaped power, religion, and politics. The steam engine didn't just move goods, it redefined labor, time, and entire economies. Electricity didn't just light up factories, it extended working hours, altered city life, and shifted how societies functioned. And of course, the internet, which connected us instantly, but also created new vulnerabilities, echo chambers, and risks that we are still managing today. Each of these shifts brought the same human struggles: a sense of loss of control, biases and fears shaping how people reacted, the slow, messy process of adaptation where culture and governance always lagged behind the technology itself. So, in many ways, AI is just the next chapter in a very old story. But there's also things that make AI fundamentally different from what we have seen before, as I'm sure we're all aware as well. So, first, speed. In the past, it took decades for new technologies to spread. The printing press took nearly 100 years to become widespread in Europe. The internet took maybe 10, 15 years to go mainstream. AI tools, they've reached hundreds of millions of users in a matter of months. So that pace compresses the time leaders have to adapt, to govern, and to build trust. A lot of those matters that Kirsty spoke to just prior to my session as well. Second, scope. The past technologies disrupted specific areas. Printing affected information, electricity powered industry, the internet changed communication. AI, by contrast, touches every function in an organization: decision making, creativity, compliance, customer service, even risk management itself. So it doesn't sit in one corner of the business, it sits through the entire organization, it threads through all of it. Third, opacity. A steam engine is visible. You can see the gears turning, the pistons moving. Even electricity, though invisible, has switches, dials, wires you can trace. But AI, you can't see how it makes decisions. It's black box, a set of probabilities, models, and weights. That makes it much harder for humans to trust. So here's the paradox. technology keeps changing, faster, broader, more complex, but human psychology, it doesn't evolve nearly as quickly. We still struggle with fear of loss, with over-trust in systems we don't understand, with slow cultural adaptation. And that gap between rapidly advancing technology and slow-moving human psychology is the real leadership challenge of our time. Because if we don't bridge that gap, we don't just risk slowing down adaptation, we risk losing trust, credibility, and resilience altogether. So let's look at it from a behavioral science lens. If the challenge isn't just the technology itself, but the gap between the machines and the human psychology, so how do we make sense of that gap? This is where behavioral science becomes so powerful, in my view, because it gives us a language for understanding the biases, the shortcuts, and the patterns that shape human decision making. And those same patterns will define how organizations adopt or misuse AI. So, bias number one, status quo bias, resistance to change. Humans naturally prefer the familiar. We cling to what we know. That's why organizations often under-adopt new tools, even when they're clearly better. To take an example, when electronic trading first appeared, many banks resisted. Traders trusted their intuition, their gut, more than the algorithm. It took years before the adoption became standard. With AI, the same instinct shows up. Let's wait and see. Let someone else try it first before we do. Bias number two, automation bias or overtrust in machines. On the flip side, we will also fall into the trap of overtrusting the machines simply because they seem objective. In early aviation, pilots became too reliant on autopilot. They sometimes disengaged too much, assuming the systems was flawless, and accidents happened as a result of that. With AI, the danger is that employees treat output as unquestionable truths. The model said it, so it must be right. Bias number three, short-termism, efficiency over resilience. So human decision-making is often biased towards short-term rewards. Leaders love efficiency gains, cutting costs, speeding up processes, but short-term wins can come at the expense of long-term resilience. So take the example of the financial crisis in 2008. Before that crisis, complex risk models promised efficiency and returns, but cultural blind spots, incentives, overconfidence meant no one questioned the assumptions underneath, and we all know how that ended. With AI, the temptation is basically the same: efficiency first, trust and resilience later. And bias number four, social proof. Culture shapes adoption. People look to others for cues. If leaders embrace new technology, the organization follows. If leaders hesitate, so will everyone else. To take an example here as well, think of the email in the 1990s. Many resisted at first, but once senior leaders used it daily, adoption became unstoppable. With AI, the same is true. Culture cascades from the top. Leaders model trust, curiosity, and accountability, or the model fear and resistance. So here's the big insight. AI isn't just an algorithm, it's a mirror. It reflects our biases, our behaviors, our culture. And that's why leaders can't think of AI adoption as a technical rollout. It's a cultural rollout. It's about designing for human behavior, not against it. So the question becomes, if we know these biases are inevitable, how do we lead differently? How do we build cultures and systems that anticipate them rather than stumble over them? That's why I want to explore next by looking at what history can teach us from past technology shifts and what lessons we can carry forward into the age of AI. When Gutenberg's press was invented, the printing press, it democratized access to knowledge. Suddenly, ideas spread far behind church and royal courts. But it also unleashed chaos, misinformation, religious conflict, power struggles that reshaped Europe. The lesson here, technology doesn't choose sides. It amplifies human behavior, both the good and the bad. With AI, the same principle applies. It can amplify fairness and inclusion or bias and misinformation, depending on how we anchor it. We look at the Industrial Revolution, factories and machines transformed productivity. Steam engines, mechanization, entire industries scaled at unprecedented speed. But it came with enormous human cost, unsafe conditions, child labor, workers treated as cogs in a machine. Productivity soared, but trust collapsed. Only when leaders recognized the human dimension, improving working conditions, introducing labor protections, did the Industrial Revolution become sustainable. And the lesson here, productivity without trust is fragile. AI promises efficiency gains today, but unless we embed trust, fairness, and values, those gains won't last. If we look at the internet connected the world, right? It redefined communication, commerce, even democracy. But we also know the flip side. Echo chambers, disinformation, cybercrime, data privacy scandals. Governance and culture lagged far behind the technology until crisis forced us to catch up. And the lesson here, culture and governance always trail technology. And the question is, will we let history repeat itself with AI, waiting for crisis before adapting, or will we lead proactively? So across these examples, a pattern emerges. New technology disrupts. Human behavior determines whether it creates trust or fear. Governance always lags, but leadership can close the gap. And that's where we are with AI today. The tools are already ahead of the norms. The difference this time is that the stakes are even higher because AI isn't just changing how we work, it's entering the very heart of decision making itself. So the challenge for leaders is clear. If history tells us technology always outruns culture, then our role is to ensure that culture catches up faster this time. And that's what I want to turn to now, the leadership imperative. How we can build resilient cultures that don't just survive AI, but thrive with it. So history teaches us that technology always runs ahead of culture, right? Okay. And that gap is where risks live. which means the questions for leaders is this: how do we build cultures that are resilient enough, curious enough, and values-driven enough to use AI wisely? I believe there are 4 anchors that every leader can use, and those are the ones I will get into now. So first, anchor AI in values, super important. AI is not neutral. It reflects the culture and the incentives of the people who design and deploy it. If values are unclear, AI will amplify risk. If values are strong, AI will amplify trust. Think of it this way. In finance, risk models only worked when incentives aligned with long-term stability. When incentives were short-term, the same models fueled crisis. So what's the answer? I would definitely recommend creating an AI charter, not a 50-page policy, a short, simple document linking AI use to your purpose and your values. If your values is transparency, AI must be explainable. If your value is fairness, AI must be tested for bias. If your value is trust, AI must protect privacy. AI reflects the culture you already have. If you don't embed your values, it will amplify your risks. Anchor number 2, design for behavior, not just process. AI adoption is not a rollout problem, it's a behavior problem. Humans come with biases, we all do. Status quo bias, resistance, automation bias, overtrust, confirmation bias, cherry picking. If you don't anticipate these, processes will fail. To take an example again, in aviation, autopilot is always paired with human cross-checks. In medicine, AI-assisted scans require second opinions. Why? Because humans either overtrust or undertrust the system. Leaders must design safeguards into AI use, second checks, escalation paths, human overrides. AI fails when we forget the human in the loop. Great leaders design for behavior, not just for the processes. And anchor number 3, scenario planning for resilience. AI is probabilistic. It will make mistakes. The question is, what happens next? In finance, we run stress tests. What happens if market crash, if liquidity dries up, if assumptions break? With AI, we need the same mindset. Ask, what if the AI fails? What if it's biased? What if it's hacked or manipulated? Run simulations. Build manual fallbacks, create incident playbooks. To take another example, hospitals don't wait for the power to fail before they test their generators. They run drills. Organization must run the same type of drills for AI. Resilience is not about avoiding risks, it's about rehearsing for it. And finally, cultivate a culture of curiosity. Here's the greatest risk of all, not fear of AI, but complacency. When people stop questioning, errors spread silently. Leaders must model curiosity. Ask, why is the AI recommending this? What assumptions drive it? What is missing? And create psychological safety so employees feel free to challenge the system. In healthcare, a junior nurse questioning an alarm can save a patient's life. In finance, a skeptical analyst questioning an algorithm can prevent a billion-dollar loss. Celebrate curiosity, don't punish it. Reward those who ask the hard questions. The opposite of trust is not distrust, it's complacency. So these are the four anchors: values, behavior, resilience, curiosity. Together, they form the foundation of an AI-ready culture, one that doesn't just survive disruption, but thrives with it. Because remember, AI will not determine the future of your organization, your cultures will. At the start, I asked you to consider that AI's greatest challenge is not technological, it's human. We've seen this pattern across history. Technology advances rapidly, but human behavior, culture, and trust that determine whether it leads to progress or to crisis. AI may run on data, but its true impact depends on the people, the human algorithm, our culture, our behavior, our capacity to build trust. That is what will decide whether AI strengthens or weakens our organizations. This reframes AI not as a threat or a savior, but as a mirror of leadership choices. Leaders must treat culture as strategy in the age of AI. Just as we invest in systems and compliance, we must invest in the behaviors and the values that shape how AI is used. If we get the human side right, AI becomes more than a tool for efficiency. It becomes a catalyst for resilience, trust, and sustainable growth. Your role is not to master the code, but to master the culture that governs it. And if there's one message I hope you carry with it will carry with you after this session, it's this. AI may run on data, but its true impact depends on people. The human algorithm, our culture, our behavior, our ability to build trust will decide whether AI strengthens or weakens our organizations. So, what does this mean for you as leaders? It means that you must treat culture as strategy in the age of AI, not as a side note, not as a soft issue, but as the decisive factor in when your organization adopts, thrives, or fails. If we get the human side right, AI becomes more than a tool for efficiency. It becomes a catalyst for resilience, for trust, and for sustainable growth. If we get it wrong, we repeat the same mistakes history has shown, only faster and at far greater cost this time. So to finish up, another example, when railways spread across Europe in the 19th century, every city kept its own local time. Noon in one town might be 12:15 in the next. That all worked fine until trains came along. Suddenly, different times meant chaos, schedules that couldn't be trusted, accidents waiting to happen. The steam engine wasn't the problem. The problem was trust and coordination. The solution? Leaders came together to create something we still live with today, standardized time. Railways didn't just move people, they redefined trust in coordination across an entire continent. If we don't lead with values, AI will expose our weaknesses faster than any regulator or competitor ever could. The real risk is not with the technology, it's also with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Fantastic presentation, and also covered so many different areas that are completely new in the way that IT guys, data scientists, and managers, and all these understand AI. Uh, I have asked people to ask questions on the chat. I don't see anyone now yet, but before that, let me ask you one question. What do you mean by second checks? Do you mean a default mode, or do you mean two, three lines of defense?
So basically double checking the output, the AI output. So having a human validating the actual result or the AI model output. I think that's very important. And also coming back to what you spoke to earlier, Kirsty, the ethics and making sure that data has sufficient boundaries. I think it's extremely important to always bear in mind that there need to be a human being responsible in the end for the AI output as well. So that's basically what I mean with the second checks.
All right, thank you very much. And so that was the manual fallback, or was it the human in the loop component?
I would say it's both actually,
Okay.
combined to make it strong enough.
Okay, I hope you can stay along. Let me see if there's one more. There are now three. Thank you. They're all so thankful of your
Thank you.
insights, and they never realized the human behavior could make such an impact. So I hope you can stay along and also contribute or come with some responses as we go along.
Thank you,
Thank
Will.
you.
I'm very much looking forward to the coming speakers.
Thank you. All right. So we continue now, and we now need to understand the changing cultural drivers. There are multiple drivers that move the AI journey. AI is a journey. We have to get on that train and not be left alone on the platform. And therefore, we need the driver of the engine, AI engine, to be culturally oriented. And therefore, we need to think with inspirations, with goals and priorities. So, therefore, welcome, Professor Colin. I know you are extremely busy these days because you are organizing the annual conference you do in London in November. But we are grateful that you have taken the time to enlighten us on some of these cultural drivers in the AI area. So, if you can please share your screen and tell us, enlighten us. How can we drive? Exactly. We can now see your screen and everything is perfect. Please take it away, Professor Colin.
Yes, thank you, Kirsty, and welcome everyone. It's good to be here with you. I was thinking as I was listening, going back 40 years to Palo Alto and Xerox PARC. And I remember conversations when we had, of course, working AI environments and AI workstations, and you have the conversations on what to do with this. And of course, that always people were raising, can people be trusted with this? A similar conversation, I suppose, that bioscientists and nuclear scientists have had in the past, because that this will be put into the hands of human beings, and they will vary enormously in terms of their motivations and how they use it. Also, I'll just mention it here. Just looking at me and all these various qualifications. One of the things that's coming up, some of the past revolutions that we've heard about have fundamentally taken out a lot of blue-collar jobs. When, of course, if we're looking at Gen AI applications, then a lot of these white-collar professionals risk having their jobs taken out. So at this early stage, I think we need to think about the the social implications of AI and how devastating it'll be for people who define themselves as a lawyer or an accountant, one of these professional groups, and what it is for them, in mid-career, just suddenly find they feel unwanted and left over. The social human consequences of that can be absolutely devastating. If I move on, I'm trying to progress my slides. Yep. This is a photograph taken from the bottom of my garden, which looks good. But if you actually look at that, there used to be 28 species of fish in that river. As a result of human intervention, a group of seals, instead of going out to sea, as was expected, have come upriver, and I often see them. And in fact, most of the fish have been eaten, and the seals have moved on. If you look opposite, instead of the meadow of sort of wildflowers and insect life that I remember going back sort of 25 years, now you've got basically a monoculture of grazed land. And this whole environment, this whole world that I'm surrounded with, within a few years will probably be underwater and is already affected by an increasing number of extreme weather events, floods, and also being surrounded by trees with wooden buildings in the dry spells. I'm at risk of actually my world being burnt down. So we do face an enormous range of environmental challenges as a result of human behavior. So for people trying to manage the AI and the implications of AI, and we would talk about the leaders that we ended with in the last presentation, this is one of a huge range of risks, challenges, existential threats that they are having to deal with together, and they are all interrelated. So the agenda today, I want to go through as quickly as I can, keeping my eye on the time. Some of the things that are actually affecting cultures, talking about actually the relevance of corporate cultures and the role that they play and the role that other things play. The question of updating, what do we need more of or less of in terms of the cultures that we've got, and looking at a way forward, and particularly the areas that we need to think about strengthening in order to reduce some of the harmful effects of AI and get more of the benefits. If you look at the challenges, we can look at cultures in terms of sort of values and beliefs, or we can look at is actually what people do around here, focusing more on actions and behaviors. Actions and behaviors, can be influenced by values and beliefs, if you look at culture in that way. But they can also be affected by a range of other things. And at the moment, we are seeing dramatic shifts in actions and behaviors, not because of corporate culture, but because of other things that I'll come on to. And the world that we are living in, the certainty, the values, the ways we thought of the world, the rules of the game that we understood, for many years. More recently, not just because of AI, but because of other technological changes, because of geopolitical changes, and increasingly environmental changes. The world has become much more insecure, and people have become much more vulnerable. Uncertainty, unpredictability, volatility have increased. AI is just one of a number of things that leaders are having to contend with. Institutions, the arrangements that we've set up, that we're all operating under, the assumptions, all that has become increasingly fragile and is struggling to cope with this combination of things happening simultaneously. Fragmentation and polarization of attitudes, beliefs, and values means it is increasingly difficult to have the sort of consensus and common attitudes, beliefs, and values that in the past have underlined a lot of cultures. And achieving cultural unity is becoming much more difficult in this world of multiple and interrelated challenges, risks, and threats. And basically, we need to think about what cultural requirements and priorities for coping, do we need to think about? Whether in our world, are we seeing cultures being replaced by algorithms? Who or what cultures are actually represented by AI, Gen AI, or AI agents? And they won't necessarily be representing our cultures. And again, how do we get alignment between the way sort of humans, machines and operate and the sort of mixed cultures we have when we have combinations of them? Increasingly for many human beings, maybe their best friend is no longer another human. It actually is an AI friend reacting to them, trying to learn more about them, satisfying what they want to do, getting into their world. Are we creating a generation of people, that no longer know how to interact with other human beings? And when we look at some of the other things that are happening, particularly the environmental changes, it's going to result in increasing flows of migrants. In fact, millions of people will be on the move, crossing borders. It's not just sort of data, sort of people are increasingly crossing borders, and that's creating the risk of all sorts of sort of ethnic and cultural clashes. And of course, AI has already been mentioned. It's increasingly being used by bad actors and authoritarian cultures. AI is fantastic for creating a surveillance culture and controlling and taking out all the people that think differently, that you don't want in your society. And of course, AI in particular, for the things that it do, is great for criminals, and is absolutely fantastic for undermining liberal democracy. And of course, liberal democracy only operates if the culture and people within it, the players, respect those who think differently and in fact act to defend people who put an opposing point of view. And of course, within authoritarian cultures and dictatorships, is exactly the opposite. You're systematically taking out anything that actually sort of thinks differently. And I'll come on to what's happening into North America, which seems to be following that trend. So, if we look at the relevance of culture in the AI era, and if we look at what prevails, is it values, shared values and culture that maybe used to be the case? Or is it power? Is it brutal power, that Donald Trump prevails? People jump into line. In authoritarian societies, that's long been the case. But we're seeing major companies overnight changing their strategies, on, for example, renewables and going back, to mining sort of fossil fuels overnight, because, they think they can get away with it with the election of Donald Trump. If you look at what the bad actors, people can be victims, sort of irrespective of culture. Your culture no longer defends you from a whole range of attacks. And in many areas, we see, at least on a short-term basis, what we might think of in a liberal democracy as the wrong culture actually prevailing. You could argue that people that buy the cheaper oil from Russia, an aggressor against Ukraine, actually get an economic advantage from the people that are paying the higher prices, because they're imposing sanctions and having to fund supplying weapons to Ukraine. Again, we see the regulation of AI varies enormously in different countries, and again, the light regulation, could confer all sorts of short-term advantages, and you can incur short-term competitive costs for doing what we might think is ethically the right thing. But of course, you're getting that short-term competitive advantage at a higher, longer-term cost. And all these risks and threats are interrelated. So there are some fundamental questions about ethical and moral choices, and whether people can actually make that and are making that, or whether leaders are just accommodating power and the transactional world that increasingly we seem to be moving into. And AI itself, is it amoral? And of course, it can be used for defense, but also, as we've already heard, in terms of cyber and hybrid warfare, it can also be used for attack. So in terms of the various challenges we face, seeing the world through a responsibility or a sustainability lens, one of the cultural areas that I would love to see more of is what I would call a sufficiency culture. In other words, instead of trying to maximize everything, get the maximum benefit, squeeze the last amount out of every bit of resource we can get our hands on, think in terms of what is sufficient to cover the basics. So that if we move on to sustainable development goals, in all of these areas, in which almost everyone will be located within one of those areas, we have this culture of sufficiency that we do just enough to meet basic needs, and maybe by doing just enough, a world of finite resources that is already struggling to support a human population of 8 billion will be able to cope. So our contemporary corporate cultures have to deal with this world, which is uncertain, unpredictable, volatile, insecure, and complex, with all these various environmental, geopolitical, and technological challenges. And for people running organizations, certainly the business leaders that I come across, more and more of them are pressured, they're stressed, they're overworked, they're lacking bandwidth, they're struggling to cope, they're distracted, they're lacking resilience. And you see unwellness, early retirement, mental health issues. And again, what we need more of is the resilience that we heard about earlier. So elements of resilient culture we could certainly do with. If you look at the risks, and if you look at this prioritization of risks by the World Environment Foundation this year's, and this covers this year and next year, in terms of severity of impact, it's interesting that if you look at the top one, misinformation and disinformation, which of course can be supercharged by AI with things like deep fake impersonations, followed by the extreme weather events that could certainly take me out here. You've got the geopolitical, the polarization, and then the cyber espionage and warfare. These are the priority risks facing people today. And if you look at those cyber challenges, certainly in terms of the cyber security risks, again, what do we need more of in terms of culture? It's vigilance, because virtually anyone and everyone will be a potential victim 24/7 within the UK. We're all under cyber attack from the big four adversaries. And so we need everyone within the organization to be vigilant. In terms of AI, that I will come on to, and in terms of its demand for energy and resources, particularly the data centers, that support its use, then, and this may be impossible to ask human beings because the genie is out of the bottle, and most people worry about being left behind or being a competitive disadvantage. It's human to have those instincts. And what we could really do with is not just a responsible culture, but also a frugal culture, to use it sparingly and to use it where it has the biggest advantage, or can protect us against the biggest disadvantage and vulnerability. And if you look at the next 10 years, then you can see that the expectation is of the people, completing the World Economic Forum's annual survey, and these will be an enormous number, thousands of people actually responsible for looking at the risks. The top four are all environmental. In other words, the extreme weather events that I was mentioning at the beginning, the flooding that could certainly take me out, is going to affect ever more people. But the misinformation and disinformation and the adverse outcomes of AI technologies is still there. And again, we've got another technology one, cyber espionage and warfare further down. And you see that the adverse outcomes of AI technologies is now down there. And on most rankings, that is now an existential risk. Now, in terms of these environmental challenges, these are all caused by us, because the reality is our planet and our ecosystems are really struggling to cope with and feed a human population of 8 billion as average global temperatures rise. And this is not just resulting in the migratory flows that I've mentioned, but also that there's a rapidly accumulating challenge of food insecurity and the prospect of many more disputes over waters and wars. And amongst those existential threats, we have the challenge of artificial intelligence and its regulation, because it's moving much too rapidly for any regulatory framework that involves any sort of consultation to keep up with it. And of course, AI can be used by malevolent, hostile users as much as it can be by us as a community. And it is being used actively, and they can move more quickly without any of the ethical and other constraints to do us harm. And AI can supercharge the other existential threats. In other words, it can be used to produce biological weapons or different types of nuclear weapons. It literally does sort of exacerbate all the other threats. And it's really problematic in terms of how many of these, if they emerge together, any society or government that we know of could possibly cope with them. And of course, the big change over the last couple of years is the re-election of Donald Trump in North America. It's having a global impact, certainly on all the people that I meet from various countries. They're all affected by the sort of transactional power culture that we're now seeing emerging, which is supercharging a whole range of things that increase the global emissions, which last year were at a record level. So we see this retreat from a shared sort of almost global set of values and objectives that we had, and this belief in the common good, to a more of a sort of putting my own vested interests in the case of Donald Trump first. And we also see an increasing distrust of institutions and science. And there's a lot of pushback against things which Trump would regard as wokeism, DEI, net zero. A lot of people, as it's becoming more and more difficult to make progress, are attracted by the idea of an easier route by just going with the flow. So major companies, switching back to whatever is easier for them, makes the most short-term profit, and obviously keep in with the center of power. And if you look at what's happening within America, we see all sorts of regulatory checks and controls being taken out. And where we've seen the most recent NASA cuts, then of course inspired by a climate change denying president, and we see a whole range of things to do with the environment being cut out. So again, we see a further decline of shared values and a decline of independent regulation. And we see this big gap emerging everywhere, I see, between rhetoric and reality. And particularly the rush into AI and happening at the same time as the global warming factors are being unleashed again, having made some progress. And there's billions of people wanting to have the unsustainable lifestyles that people have had in more advanced countries. So we need to understand, what some of the common features are. And in this slide, basically I go through the common features of all these existential threats. And we need to understand the requirements for effectively responding to them. And particularly, we need a collaboration and collective action at a time when this fragmentation and polarization is making it increasingly difficult to do. So the resilient cultures that we want internationally is becoming much more challenging to achieve. We need to understand what the common obstacles are to actually having the sort of collaborative culture that we need. If we look across organizations, and on this slide, I list some of the obstacles. A number of them have already been mentioned, but as time is short, I won't go through all of them. But we do face some critical choices, and in a sense, what we need above all, if you look across organizations, collectively, we need as many elements of a survival culture that we can get, because it's certainly problematic, whether there is much chance of us surviving with the combination of existential threats we are facing. And I meet business leaders who will privately say that on that one, we don't have the bandwidth to do it. And we don't think that we alone can make much difference. The priority is not being at a competitive disadvantage. So in order to cope with other things that are more pressing, you have something that you think could potentially sort of take everyone out, but you have to admit that you can't cope with it. Because a lot of those existential threats within organizations, you can't give them. The board can't give it to a particular department to deal with. because it affects everyone. So on this slide, I'm basically saying that along with all these challenges in every area, there are opportunities. There are massive opportunities to create new options and choices, to tackle some of the negative externalities and challenges we face. You know, there are opportunities to collaborate and get people together. It may be difficult, but the opportunities are there. Individuals can do it. Smaller organizations, SMEs can do it. Maybe if big visible organizations feel that they've got to keep in with an authoritarian government or keep in with a Donald Trump, you know, some of the smaller organizations can. There's a whole range of alternatives. You know, simpler, healthier, and less stressful ways of living, more in harmony with the natural world, that can be adopted. There's a whole range, you know, we've heard in the last presentation, you know, Julia went through, you know, some of the past changes that we've had and their impacts. There's a massive range of more resilient, sustainable, inclusive post-industrial futures that are possible, that could suit local requirements and conditions. And you could have a mixture of them that are actually right for different communities. And there's a whole range of possibilities there. So perhaps also in terms of looking at what we could do with more of in corporate cultures, you know, perhaps we could do with more entrepreneurial cultures, you know, to actually set people free. You know, if the board is struggling to cope and cannot handle it, you know, actually open it up a bit to others, you know, to see what actually comes out of it. So, you know, whereas the prospects are daunting, but human beings, you know, human life it is very resilient. I see other creatures, you know, in my lifetime, I've seen an enormous number of species eliminated from areas that sort of where I live because of us. But others, I see them sort of struggling to cope. You know, that they change very slowly as we do, but they do try. So while we're here, you know, we've still got the possibility of doing things. And I'll end there because I've run out of my time.
Professor Colin, no problem with the time. Rajendran, if we go into your time after your speech, there's a break, so we will take a little bit of the break. So that's fine. Thank you very much, Professor Colin. It was fantastic. You have given us a complete and a comprehensive checklist that we can go through, and then based on that checklist, we can do what we need to do in order to ensure that the culture, the corporate culture, would be the savior of the company, the business, in with all these different issues that there are. And not only do you provide the checklist, you also provide supporting documents, the papers that you have, so that the combination of the the checklist and the supporting documents or documentation will ensure that the corporation will be on the right track, because there are so many complexities and culture could be or will be the savior. Thank you very much. I have one question, and the question is, you mentioned, is AI amoral? Is AI amoral? Now, the AI journey has started. It's going at full speed. I have counted now 19 companies spending literally billions of dollars in the development of AI. So there is no reversing that train, that journey, that speed. But if we are on a journey that is amoral, where are we heading?
I think, well, certainly if everyone follows the AI flow, then I was saying that we're ending for a world in which, if you look at the moment where countries are competing to attract these mega data centers to their territories, and if you look at the number of mega data centers that are in train all over the world, and often in locations which are actually already short of energy and already short of water. And if we look at their resource requirements and the limitations on getting the minerals and the rare earths that they need, it actually, I can't see any way that it is possible, for all of those projects to come to fruition. And also, of course, the risk of a division between the haves and the have-nots. The moment you get into rationing and limiting, then you have part of the world where that technology is used to control people in the surveillance, authoritarian dictatorship societies, and the rest of them, it'll probably be rationed by having an elite having access to the best of everything. And then we run out of resources. So you have a growing army of people that are migrating around the world across borders that don't have that. And of course, they are ripe for the demagogues, the Donald Trumps of this world, to say you're left over, you're disadvantaged, you're ignored. I will be your champion, and I will sort of fight the haves. But of course, the demagogue will be, as Trump is, basically is election funded partly by the high tech companies and doing everything he can to give them a free hand to just run with it. Whether it's mining, for coal or oil, or whether it's getting AI out there, just go for it. Just grab as much as you can and go down the consumer route to get it in the hand of everyone, because it's one of those things. It's a bit like drugs, actually. AI is a bit like a drug. Once human beings have it and they like it and they feel its benefit, it makes it easier for them to do something trivial and completely unimportant, then millions of people will go for it, which is why, coming back to Xerox PARC, we would have those conversations. And at the end of it, the decision was, we don't want to let this out there. And looking at what's happening, that was probably the responsible view. But as you said yourself, it is out there. And so we've got to make the best of it and do the best we can.
Thank you very much, Professor Colin. I look forward to meeting you in London in November, where we will be conducting a Chief AI Officer certification at the offices of one of the top law companies, which is CMS. They have they have 30 stories full of lawyers, and we will be unbelievable. I cannot imagine that building all full of lawyers. Mhm.
There may be fewer of them with Gen AI being adopted.
Yeah, yeah, sure. So thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you. And as I mentioned, this is just also an advertisement of our training. We have this Chief AI Officer certification in London in November, and also many other places. So thank you very much, Professor Colin. This was our whole bunch of free consultancy that you have provided with the checklist and the supporting documents. Let me see if there is any other. Okay, there is a question that we will come back to that later, Professor Colin, perhaps during the break. And that question is, to what extent can AI progress help prevent the very amoral risk it creates? Okay, we kind of went through it when we talked about, is AI immoral? So thank you, Ali, for your question. Perhaps we can come back if you have additional comments, Professor Colin. Thank you very much. And now we go to the corporate world. We go to one of the largest companies in the world, not just Tata Steel, but the Tata Group that is in all sorts of industries. This conglomerate. And we will now be talking about embedding all of the stuff that we said. I mean, to embed the entire checklist that Professor Colin has given us with the supporting documentation, and how can we embed it? Because if we cannot embed it, if we cannot integrate it, then it's just a piece of paper. It's paper compliance, which is completely worthless. So thank you very much, Ragothama Rajendran, for joining us once again. We welcome you, and tell us about your insights and how one of the largest companies in the world is embedding, integrating these issues in the organization.
Thank you very
And we
much.
have
Able to
taken
hear
some
me?
of your time, so you
No
are welcome
worries.
to go over. We have a break, so we will go into that break. So take the time you need.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Let me know when you're able to see it.
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay.
No, it went into, yeah, there we are. Just the presentation mode, and we are great. Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Kersi, for inviting me into this topic and giving me the privilege of the PowerPoint to go into some aspects of this title, Embedding AI into Corporate Culture and Governance. It's a vast topic, and I hope I'll be able to give you some food for thought at the end of this session. So my name is Rajendran. I've just recently superannuated from information technology, Tata Steel, Netherlands. And that is a bit about me then. I've spent about 40 years, 26 years in India and 14 years here in the Netherlands. And having my last assignment in progress now, I'm just completing it, handing over. That is about developing a concept paper or a position paper on cybersecurity vision 2028 for Tata Steel Netherlands. So that's perhaps, that'll be the last assignment I'll be doing, which other people will take forward. So I've done all sorts of roles in IT, from developer all the way up to leadership, accepting perhaps CIO's role. And also, we are a user organization, and therefore we don't sell software solutions. So therefore, marketing and sales of technologies, these are two functions that I have not performed. Somewhere I got the opportunity to become a black belt, a business excellence assessor, etc. Now I have a little more time and happy to network and connect with all of you, and maybe come into these kind of sessions to learn and understand and share my thoughts. So I've given some contacts here, so in case you would like to continue this conversation. Okay, so if you look at the agenda, there are 3 session cues that Kersi has put forward for this session. How to align corporate culture with organization strategic AI direction and transition. How to initiate accountability, diversity, metrics, integrity, etc. And how to actively implement and monitor the adoption of AI, and especially responsible and ethical AI and resilience and so on. So it's as I mentioned, it's a vast topic. I have taken 2 key phrases or terms here: corporate culture, this is a culture day, and so I think that this could be one a good idea. It has many visionary and policy and conceptual strategic dimensions. And embedding AI is more like implementation and adoption, and so on. And somewhere towards the end of my presentation, I'll try to bring both of them together. Okay, so I start this session with a picture. Are you able to see the picture?
Yes. Yes, we can see the picture.
Yeah. This is a picture of an assessment, a business excellence assessment, in which I took part as a member of the assessment team. I'm sitting here, of a unit called Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited in Bhopal in central India. It's a very large corporate with a revenue of around $3.5 billion, and This Bhopal unit contributes around 400-500 million to that, and the person sitting in the middle is the executive director, and all of us sitting here are the assessors, and this is his top team, and many of the functional managers um, in these pictures. Now, I have a question for you, or an exercise. Do you see culture in this picture? Anyone would like to say anything about what you see as a culture in this picture? Any thoughts?
You can write your thoughts in the chat box because not everybody has the option to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not able to see the chat because I've shared my screen. So let me know.
Okay, all right. I will let you know if there is any. Are there any comments in the chat?
Sure. Well, I had put these pictures during a discussion with one of my colleagues after my return from this assessment back to the Netherlands, and I asked him, what he feels about the organization and all that. So he looked at the picture and remarked that this seems to be a very traditional organization with much history and heritage. Any any feelings that you have? There is a picture. He looked at the picture, and within 4 minutes, he made this remark.
It's a typical rogues gallery of the corporate organization that you put in the cantina or somewhere.
Okay. Interesting thought. And then uh, pursued this discussion for about 15-20 minutes, and he mentioned many things, but I thought I'll capture something uh, succinctly, as easily as possible. He referred to two features in this pictures from the workplace. One is the wooden paneling, and the other is the executive uniform that everybody was wearing. And he shared a positive perception that this organization must be having history and heritage, and they're very proud of it. There is belongingness, and there is team spirit, etc. But he also had an impression that this organization could be a bit bureaucratic and old practice oriented. They could be a little conservative for the modern times. So, if a picture could say 1,000 words, we had three of them here and many more which I had shared. And in 15-20 minutes, without having visited the site, he had an impression of what this organization is like. So, welcome to corporate culture. So people see corporate culture in coats and ties, in panels and posters, reception and parking, screens and displays, desktop and laptops, and even versions of Windows and Oracle or SAP or whatever solutions that you use in your organization. Why is this important? It is important because, imagine a person from Microsoft, and he has a solution called Copilot, AI Copilot, and he wants to come and sell this solution to you. And he gets the first impressions of this organization through the visuals that he gets in the organization. And therefore, what this person feels from the pictures is probably what a person feels, an internal employee or an external consultant. So that leads us to some thoughts on what exactly is culture. Is it so simple that you can look at the picture or walk into the reception and make judgments, or is it more complex than that? Can culture be classified? Are there types of cultures? Are there things like more risk-oriented approach, traditionally, manufacturing type of culture, finance type of culture? What kind of culture organization has, and where does my organization stand in this classification? Can culture be changed, and whose responsibility is it to change? If a person can make impression by just coming into uh, the reception, and probably these days receptions are manned by an outsourced manpower, so your culture is being judged on the basis of a third party who is interacting with you at the desk. Is my organization tech savvy? It's important because a person who thinks that your organization can move forward with the new technology needs to be tech savvy. So, for example, my mother is not so tech savvy. She is 88 years old, and uh, she cannot use smartphone as smartly as the smartphone can be used. Okay? So, does this require a change, and what kind of change? And finally, is my organization AI ready and amenable to adopting AI? So these are some of the thoughts, and I'm sure that you as we go through the sessions. We had two sessions in the morning, and we have some more in the afternoon. I'm sure more thoughts will be there in your mind. These are some thoughts that I thought I could go through. What I will do is to delve a little bit more into each of these thoughts and see where we go. So let me start with the first one, which is what is culture? Um, yeah, so this is a survey that was done, or interviews, a set of interviews conducted by the UK Financial Reporting Council. They consisted of people at the highest levels in FTSE organizations. And they summarized the idea of corporate culture as follows. So, culture in a corporate context can be classified as a combination of values, attitudes, and behaviors manifested by a company in its operations and its relations with the stakeholders. So, like that, and the stakeholders include employees, customers, suppliers, like I mentioned about a Microsoft consultant, like that, and even the wider community. Um, so culture is felt and understood by various stakeholders in terms of how an organization behaves as an organization. So therefore, when a company makes a policy choice, such as an executive dress code that we saw in the BHEL picture, it reveals an underlying mindset or attitudes. The organization thinks that it is fostering team spirit amongst the employees. It brings them together, and there is belongingness of people who are working together. But the perception of the stakeholders could be that they are a traditional or a conservative organization. So when you make a policy choice, then it reflects the culture in the way in which you want to control versus how it is being perceived. So that leads us to a question whether in our organizations there is a liberal culture, AI enthused culture, or it is tradition bound and tech conservative. If you walk across the corridors of steel plants today, everyone will speak about green steel and hydrogen route manufacturing and shutdown of blast furnaces, etc. So there is a technology orientation, but is that technology orientation settled in the steel culture and not in the AI culture? Yeah, and what do the internal and external perceptions say? As I mentioned, what does an employee think? For example, the BHL assessment I did, I can tell you the young people in this organization were quite, I won't say disillusioned, but they thought that their company was not savvy towards technologies. Very surprising, because the company actually was working in 14 different countries, and they are very internationally oriented. They are in about 15 locations within India, and India itself is a culture pot, you can say. But is the organization culture AI friendly? So moving on to the next idea, can culture be classified? So here I'm referring to a research by Spencer Stewart, published in the Harvard Business Review some time ago. It identifies 8 types of company cultures. So on the horizontal axis here, you see how people interact, whether they are independently working on their assignments or whether they display more interdependence when they work on their assignments. On the vertical axis is how people respond to change. a new thing comes, are they working on stability in spite of the new thing that is hitting them? Or they are showing flexibility and moving forward. For example, I worked on a project to close down IBM mainframe as part of my black belt assignment. It was to move to SAP. Are the people more oriented towards preserving the existing technologies more and look for stability in those capabilities? Are people showing flexibility to adopt and learn a completely new and disruptive environment in the company? So these eight styles, there's a vast material, and I've shown the link here. You can go to that and read more of that. But here I have captured some operating terms used in the paper on what is meant by a caring culture or a learning culture or a authority culture, etc. So, for example, an orderly culture is very structured and methodical. Does it mean that when a disruptive technology comes, such as AI, they are too structured and methodical? Or do they encourage a learning culture which will promote exploration and creativity? So, so where is my company in that? So the research actually conducted across some 10,000 organizations captured the dominant cultures as perceived there by their respective organizations. And you can see some statistics which are shown there. And obviously, many companies are achievement and result oriented because they have to be in a business environment. But there are also references to the others. So, for example, um, you can make an organization respond to a learning culture by moderating it or orienting the organization towards that culture. But can it be made enjoyment oriented, fun and light-hearted? Well, that may be difficult for an organization which is oriented towards achievement and results and winning, etc. So that leads us to a question as to what is a dominant culture in our organizations. In fact, the Tata Group, the Tata Steel is so big that even within organizations, the departments are as large as the company. And therefore, are there dominant cultures within the organization, within the several functions, domains of the organization? Does this help to make the organization tech savvy and amenable? And if required, what changes are required and how do you go about it? So maybe as I go along, the time is limited, but you can think whether your organization fits into any of these 8 descriptions that is shown by the Spencer Stuart's research. Okay, so let me move to the next point, which is whether the culture can be changed and whose responsibility is it to change the culture or make it amenable. So here I refer to the UK Corporate Code, which envisages the responsibility of the corporate culture directly on the board of the company. It says one of the key roles for the board includes establishing the culture, values, and ethics of the company. So it is important that the board sets the correct tone from the top, which would then be emulated by the others in the rest of the organization. Similarly, the listing regulations of the Security Exchange Board of India, which regulates the stock exchanges in the country, says that the board of directors shall be directly responsible for the corporate culture and values, and by which the executives in the organization or a group shall behave. Now, if that is the case, is there a board member or any other key business leader of significant level in your company who's responsible for the cultural aspects and who's looking into this? And is that person making a visible effort to align the organizational culture to tech adoption? So there's a very important question. The culture cannot change or let us say the BHL organization has some perception within the company that we are not tech savvy. Now, whose responsibility is it to listen to this voice and make a change? And probably it begins from the top. Moving to the next item, it is about, is my organization tech savvy? How do I know my organization can adopt to change, and from what level to what level? So here I refer to Tata Steel's own experience of actually measuring what is called the Digital Acceleration Index. So it is a study done by the Boston Consulting Group for Tata Steel in the Netherlands to know what is our level of technology adoption. There are other indexes. For example, Gartner has what is called DEX. The TCS, our own group company in IT, has an index called Datum. But we had chosen in Europe the Boston Consulting Group, and with it came the measurement called the Digital Acceleration Index. This had some 12 items to be measured across the 4 pillars of digital strategy and ambition, enablers for digital journey, digital solutions which are existing or which are planned and in the future horizons, and what are the business outcomes in terms of the impact of this technology in cost efficiencies, revenue generation, etc. So it was a study involving about 50, 60 executives from across the company at largely the upper level, but also some functional level managers. And putting together, they identified what is called a Digital Acceleration Index score. I can obviously, share with you what Tata Steel scored here. It is company confidential. But what I can share with you is a range of scores and what they mean in terms of the position or level of a tech-savvy organization. So they classify this into starters, literates, performers, and leaders. So starters means that, they are in the range 0 to 25 on a 100-point scale. They are not digitally enabled. They may have some pockets of technology, but there's a clear digital vision is lacking. The next range is the 26 to 50. It could be that they are aware, they are digitally literate, they do have a strategy, and but they may still operate in silos. Large corporates, as I mentioned, even within an organization of 5,000 people, 10,000 people, a 500, 600 size department may look smaller. But there are companies which only have 200 people or even 50 people, 100 people. So it is very common that large organizations still operate in silos. And then in that case, how does this digital strategy position the organization to become tech savvy? Then there are digital performers in the 51 to 75 band and leaders 76 to 100. These are companies generally like Amazon and Meta, etc., who are driving and creating technologies. So is the company at the leadership level measuring its tech capabilities? So unless you measure and have a starting level, how do you then take an action and create a digital ambition and digital vision for the company? And how do you know whether you are making progress on the journey of achieving that vision? So, Digital Acceleration Index or DATUM or DEX score, any of them does give that opportunity to you. And that somehow, tech savvy is very important for getting the organization AI ready and amenable to adopting AI. How do we know that whether we are getting AI ready? So here I found this very interesting proposition by Alex Castroneous. He identifies 4 kinds of readiness in adopting AI: organizational readiness, technological readiness, financial readiness, and cultural readiness. Organizational readiness means that it has the appropriate structure, leadership, and talent in place, or there is development towards that. Are there positions such as Chief AI Officer or Chief Analytics Officer or something similar, or even a CIO playing any of these roles, etc.? So is the organization getting ready organizationally? Second one is technological readiness. So you need to have investments in analytics or cloud-based tools and train your AI to give you results. Do you have that? And do you have any appropriate methodology to implement these kind of solutions? So some software development or implementation methodology, which is structured in your organization to take forward the technological journey. The third aspect is financial readiness to earmark and allocate a budget. And that depends very much on the risk appetite in the organization to prepare the people, technology, and the resources to realize the AI vision that it is embarking on. And lastly, the cultural readiness is about creating the mindset and the set of processes that is required to promote scientific innovation and adopt disruptive technologies and make the organization change towards a new world and a new life. So that is some of the thoughts that I had when I looked at the topic. What is culture? Is it simple, complex? Can it be classified? Who will do it? And is the company getting ready? Does it know where it stands in terms of AI readiness? And can it get there with an appropriate vision and plan? Take a pause here in case you want to say something.
You can write your comments in the chat box.
Sure. Yeah. We can look at it towards the end of the session. So, out of the two key terms in the topic, one was about corporate culture. So I thought, we could cover that first and use this to springboard and move to the next item, which is embedding AI, and try to put all these thoughts together and see what is meant by embedding AI and how do we actually go forward with this idea of embedding AI in a corporate. In order to do that, I've taken the two key constructs from this session. One is there are session cues, and aligning our thoughts to the session cues is a way by which I can say how if we can embed AI into our organization and measure where we are in the journey and how do we actively adopt and implement. So these are some key thoughts from the session agenda. The second idea is, we asked a number of questions. I shared some thoughts through my study of what is available and what are the Tata Steels, my personal professional experiences, putting those thoughts together on the various questions that I went through, in the previous part of my presentation. So in order to do that, I put together these thoughts in a process structure in what is called the PDCA, known very well as the Deming cycle, the plan, do, check, act cycle. What I could do was to look at aligning the thoughts of the session, those 3 session cues. I tried to identify the characteristics in these session cues. And I found that aligning the corporate culture and setting the strategic direction looks more affinity. It has more affinity towards plan and do part of the PDCA cycle. Whereas measuring where you stand and initiating an appropriate journey towards adopting AI or generally a better technology adoption, etc., I could associate that with do and check. And then actively implementing the and monitoring the plans towards deploying the AI, and then encountering the issues such as good data, trustworthy outcomes, resilience, etc. That I could associate more of that with the C and A part of the cycle. Well, this is just an interpretation to help us to understand some parts of our session cues and the purpose for which we have gathered today, to understand the culture and how it has influence on adoption of AI, and having achieved that kind of an orientation, how do you run and realize your vision in adopting and embedding AI into the organization. The second part is what we had discussed in the various thoughts and questions that were part of what I kickstarted in terms of the few points that we went through. So from here, what I could perhaps summarize that the organization should lead by example at the topmost level, and ideally by the board of directors themselves. And they should take ownership for the tech culture in the organization. People come and go, the organization stay there, and the topmost leadership has the responsibility that you have an appropriate culture which will be in keeping with the pace at which the ecosystem is moving. The second is that you need to have some way of measuring what is your dominant culture, because that will tell us whether that culture is sufficiently friendly to do the tech adoption into your organization. It may be AI today, it could be robotics tomorrow, it could be something else day after tomorrow. But is the organization tech friendly? Fortunately, I can say in Tata Steel, it's so tech friendly that it's basic technologies such as whether you'll make steel from electric arc furnace or hydrogen route, how you will do that, and that how you will retire blast furnaces is by 2045 is part of the story of the company, and therefore everyone is very keyed up for this objective, and they're trying to figure out how to use AI in making sense of that journey. The third important thing is to actually measure the level of digitalization to understand whether you are tech friendly or tech savvy. Just saying that I want to have a better technology environment in my company is not enough if you don't know where you stand, and ideally you do that through a measurement. Many companies are doing that measurement and using different indexes. Now, what you can do, go beyond the general tech savviness and measuring the digitalization to make this new journey from now onwards with AI as the centerpiece. So which will be the sort of an enabling environment of the future. And then prepare and develop a plan to implement an AI roadmap, which will have all the four elements of readiness: technological readiness, financial readiness, cultural readiness, and organizational readiness, in order to achieve the AI vision for the company. Many companies are already doing this. The world is already on this journey, and there are lists coming up of success stories in various industries. Some of them are small business industries, some of them are large. There is success in various domains such as e-commerce, or it could be in retail business, etc. So the world is already on this journey. So where are we on this journey is what we need to decide and go forward. There are also risks and difficulties in AI adoption. So very quickly, we are talking about responsible AI, the hidden dangers of adopting AI or catastrophic risks. There are tabulations of AI failures, and the dependency on AI is how sometimes the human intelligence seems to take a backseat, and that's not a good thing. So there are advantages, there are disadvantages. So through the course of the history that Julia had talked about, any technology brings opportunities and every technology brings risks. And especially the human perception of that risk is what ultimately determines how well you will adopt the technology. If I keep sitting on the IBM mainframe, then I will never go to SAP. But if I go to SAP, then I don't know what to do with the older technology and the investment I made there, and what happens if I'm not able to use the application that I have in a mainframe to move to a new kind of you know analytics or business intelligence. So given this pros and cons, how do we then take forward our AI journey? Should we be aggressive? Should we be optimistic or practical or cautious? So what should be our approach? There is no one answer for this. So uh, we can use our conscience, and our conscience will tell us that whether we want to be sort of status quo oriented and be a bit cautious and see how others adopt before we take the jump, or whether we will be practical and we'll look at simply what is the investment of chat gpt and what is the benefit I will get from its recommendations. How do I make sure those recommendations are valid, and who will do this check, etc. These are some of the points that we talked about in the previous sessions also. So what I did was to bit of do a crystal gazing exercise. So I thought, can we tap into some thoughts and wisdom from well-known leaders? Some of them are from the past and also from the current. So I just take first Eliyahu Goldratt, who gave us the concept of theory of constraints. If I were to tap into his idea, his basic idea is that the business exists to make money. The goal of the business is to make money. Of course, he brought in a very disruptive management principle called the theory of constraints, and he gave us the idea of what is bottleneck. His idea was so radical that he was, sent out of his own company, from the board of his own company, a company that he founded. So he was, make no mistake, he was a path-breaking management guru, but he still felt that the goal of the business is to make money. If we look at Jack Welch, he said that the rate of change on the outside, if it exceeds the rate of change on the inside, then the end is near. What it means is that if the whole world is going towards AI and you're sitting behind, and then you will be subsumed by this from this volcano that's coming ahead of us. J.R.D. Tata is one of the tallest corporate leaders from India, and he's one that is known as Bharat Ratna, which means jewel in the crown, the highest civilian award that is given to any corporate leader in India. So he said that nothing worthwhile is ever achieved without deep thought and hard work. So AI is not a toy or a tool. No technology is. And unless you put in the necessary thought and put in the necessary structure and put the necessary hard work behind it, you're not going to make a success out of that. Steve Jobs, he said that innovation is not just about creating new things, it is about creating magic. Now, we have had a lot of technologies in recent times, digital twins, chatbots, various types of technologies, robotics. But there is something different about AI because it's very human-like. It understands natural language, and it can look into databases in ways by which programmers used to look in the past. That's not necessary anymore. You can just say in English language is what I want, and it generates. So therefore, it has the potential to create magic. And do you want to use that and drive innovation in the company? Peter Drucker said that if you want something new, you have to stop something old. If I want SAP, I need to stop IBM. So as simple as that. And the best way to predict the future is to create it. So if you want that, your jobs that you have is at risk because AI is coming, then how do you protect yourself from that? The best way is to go and create the job rather than wait for somebody else to create that. And here I want to say something about Jeff Bezos. Very recently, he said that the giant training clusters that AI needs to store the data and can be better built in the space because the solar power available over there is 24/7. There are no clouds, there are no rains, there is no weather related issue. If you keep it on the earth, you have to look at flooding and earthquake and various kinds of things like that, and provide protection. So this is a very path breaking idea to create a future for AI. And in a way, it says something about what Peter Drucker has mentioned. The best way to predict the future is to create that future. So which of these ideas resonate with you? Do you feel that the ideas are aggressive, like Jeff's idea, or practical, such as Goldrat's idea, you exist to make money, or simply practical, optimistic? What is it that resonates, or any other thoughts that you have at your level, at the board level, at the company level? What is the thought that resonate with you when you think of embedding AI in the organization? So whether you listen to your own conscience
Chandra,
or
5 more minutes, please.
sure. Whether you listen to your own conscience or you listen to other management gurus, the dominant ideas that resonate in your organization would tend to shape the tech future of your company, digitalization, and therefore the AI adoption. Yeah, so you have to decide how you wish to embed AI, whether your approach is going to be aggressive, optimistic, practical, or cautious. So the starting culture of the organization will tell us which approach we can take. If already the company is very tech savvy, such as, let's say, Bloomberg, it can be on a very aggressive path. So thanks for this opportunity, and I would like to rest the discussion here and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was aggressive, optimistic, practical, cautious, and a lot more. Thank you very much on how to integrate the whole dimension of corporate culture into the organization. We will see if there are any questions, and if you are around, we will come back to your questions when we see them in the chat box.
Yeah.
And now we will have a kind of a technical new thinking, because Ezequiel Bosio's presentation will be in Spanish. However, he has devised a culture whereby there will be a simultaneous translation from Emma. Emma will be joining us, and Emma is AI generated. And therefore, as Bosio goes along with his presentation in Spanish, Emma will translate it for us. So, Ezequiel, thank you very much. Thank you for getting up so early in the morning. You are all the way in Argentina. We can see the background of from your window that it is green.
Hi,
It's not
everyone.
that bad. It's not that bad here either, because now the sun has come out. Finally, it's noon, so it's about time, at least for the next couple of hours. So, Ezequiel, we are running a little bit short of time as well, so please take it away.
Okay, Kelsey. Hi, good morning, good afternoon. I try to turn on the Emma Translate because the webinar can get the application at this moment. Please give me 1 second to try this. Yesterday, tried the application in a normal Zoom meet, and this is a webinar meet. let me. You can read me in Spanish, in English. Sorry, is the closed caption activate?
Not yet. You need. I think you need to share your screen or something first, so that we have connection with you.
Okay, okay. One moment. Okay, one moment.
You have to share it with the green arrow. Nan, maybe you could join in the discussion and guide Ezekiel.
I get that Ezekiel is joining as a panelist, so you can click on share.
Yes, I can share. You can
Okay,
see my,
perfect.
yeah?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Say share screen.
The green arrow. That's right. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
well, one moment. Okay. You can see the not admitted. Well, okay. I try to take the presentation in my in my poor English. I'm so sorry. I want to try, and Hernan can help me, please. He's a friend, is a colleague Argentine too. Can you understand me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Kersey. Thank you, Hernan. It's a pleasure for me. It's in this event is so important for me. The culture in the governance of the organizations. Really, I have to try a topic, a fresh topic, and this topic is about the psychosocial risks. Psychosocial risks application RISE matrix. Well, ESG is considered actual topic, environmental, social, and governance. Well, the topic that I want to tell about the social specialty, the social in the way of the into organization, no, and understand the social, uh, wellness, the okay, sorry, the bienestar, wellness of the people, the good climate of the works, and it's a vision, a new vision of the culture, because the organization don't take this that important things and important topics. The 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 survey of the risk psychosocial are one in the year, and I propose that this is a real time with the AI tools. The organization can be more active, that this is a tool that the organization can take better decision, give a claim employer well-being, than that can give the more benefits that work the people in a better climate. Yes. I compare one survey in the year that take a real-time monitoring, predicting of the indicator of alerts that they are happening, something that the okay. One moment.
It is also
Okay. Kelsey, you tell the people that can turn on the caption, and I can choose.
Yeah, you can turn on the captions and it will be translated. So if you want to speak Spanish, go
Okay.
ahead. I will change the language from English to Spanish and you can speak it.
Thank you, Kelsey. Bueno, a ver, vamos a continuar con la presentación. La idea que quería transmitir en esto es que las organizaciones toman en cuenta solamente generar encuestas de clima laboral porque muchas veces están obligadas a hacerlo. Existen distintas normativas, incluso la norma ISO 45001, que dentro de sus criterios de auditoría exigen un tratamiento de riesgos psicosociales. Kersey, can you confirm that is a good translate in Spanish? In English, sorry?
It's just saying it in Spanish. What you're saying it doesn't translate. We need Emma to translate it. You have to turn over to English now again.
Okay. Well, and this is an iceberg, and the important message of this picture is the change the way of think, the governance, that the psychosocial risk is a important thing that you can take with a strategic risk and not a human risk only, because the psychosocial risk, the psychosocial risk is a problem that the people are give a problem of your health. They are less productive. They have more propense to be a fraud, an accident, and these losses, economical losses, are very important. The people need to have a well space to work. They are more productive if the space is good, the space is wellness, and where the purpose is use EI, but I need to take the balance, because the EI have to take something ethical concept to be care, because you need to take tools of AI, but you need to take the data the way of anonymous. They be transparent. They need to not evaluate the performance of the people. This is only to know what is the Hernán, ¿puedes ayudarme? El clima laboral. ¿Cómo lo digo el clima laboral?
The working conditions, the working environment.
Bien. A working environment is the more important, not how do the work, the job, these people of this area. Yeah. And we have the possibility of the take an early detection. Not at the last year I have a survey, I know that this area is they had a lot of work. No, I know at this moment that this area have a lot of work and they are so burnout. It's early, is near to the burnout. I have indicators that give me this information and I can take the, the different plans to reduce this hazard really in this moment that the people are bad predisposed to do those to your jobs, and then I can take the real the dimension of this, that the psychosocial risk is in a strategic risk that I say that is compared with compliance risks, operational risks, reputational risks, and financial risks. And the risk area can take this and put in the committee, in de alta dirección, de sorry.
Upper management.
Yeah. Well, you can take three levels, and this is a application of the risk management tools to take information and put this in the dashboard of the key risks indicator, yeah, and you can connect the IA application to know information in real time. You can know Trello and different teams, different tools that the people use every day, and anonymous and aggruppated. You can take information that can put in the IA process, and you can determine that this area have X problem, yeah, and you can take it is in the what it are a central a brain system of IA, yeah, that give information of different system, can take different decision. One way of this is can detect the workflows, yeah. I can detect the frustration of the people. It's just a delicate thing that the people do not recognize it. I don't know who people is frustrated. I who the area have a lot of work, have so lot of time. Sí, Hernán.
Do you want me to translate? ¿Quieres que traduzca algo?
Dale, sí, porque la verdad que...
Perfecto. From now on, I'm going to translate what Ezequiel is saying. Go ahead, please.
Bueno, gracias. Entonces, decía de que una de las herramientas que tenemos es, a través de los análisis de los flujos de trabajo, detectar posibles frustraciones sin determinar personas en particular. ¿Sí?
One of the tools that we have in risk management in order to detect if there is a risk here is to go through working flows and understand whether there is a frustration in the activities without personalizing where they are coming from.
Así es. Por otro lado, tenemos otras herramientas que podría ser un copiloto del bienestar. Esto sería una aplicación embebida con un chatbot de forma totalmente anónima, y después voy a explicar eso, que permite que el trabajador pueda expresar y pueda conectar para poder tener algún tipo de soporte.
Another tool that is available is whether to have a robot like a co-pilot being able to allow employees to express themselves and monitor the sentiment without getting any personal insight. Ezequiel is going to explain later how this can be done.
Así es. Y por otro lado, hay otras herramientas que les permiten a los líderes obtener información en donde a través de data que se va analizando, ellos puedan recibir recomendaciones para dar ánimo o evaluar los cambios en la organización del trabajo para reducir esos impactos.
On the other hand, managers can get automatic insight on how the frustration level is being monitored and get advice on how to reduce that stress.
Entonces, para establecer aplicaciones de estas características hay que hacer una correcta gobernanza para la implementación correcta.
In order to implement these tools, organization needs the proper governance for the deployment in a safe way.
Este sistema tiene que estar previsto desde el diseño de forma anónima.
This governance needs to be planned at the design stage in order to cover anonymous requirements and privacy requirements.
Exacto. Además, hay que establecer un comité de ética. Ese comité de ética de la IA, de las distintas herramientas, tiene que tener a todas las partes interesadas involucradas y por sobre todo a los representantes de los trabajadores para garantizar el anonimato y el uso de esos datos.
This type of deployment needs to have an AI ethics committee that represent the diversity in how this information is being used, even considering unions and employee representatives in order to maintain the data confidentiality.
Exacto. En todo momento, los trabajadores tienen que dar consentimiento y tener muy claro de que esa información no va a ser utilizada para ser evaluados, sino para mejorar sus espacios de trabajo y sus condiciones laborales.
At any given time, employees need to provide consent, assuring that this information is not going to be considered as part of the performance appraisal, but as an actual help in order to manage stress or working conditions.
Bueno, entonces vamos a hablar de la aplicación de una herramienta que es muy utilizada en el mundo del capital humano, que es la matriz RASI.
Ezequiel is going to talk about a tool that is highly used in psychological risk called Raki Matrix.
Bueno, la matriz RASI está compuesta por un lado, los distintos roles que van a intervenir en una determinada gestión y sus distintas tareas que tienen que realizar. Nosotros vamos a tener, por un lado, cada vez que vean la matriz RASI, van a ver a la R de responsable, a la A de quien aprueba, a la a la C de quien es consultado y a la I a quien se le informa.
In this application of the Raki matrix, you are going to have the definition of roles allocated to the responsible manager who needs to perform a task, the accountable manager or party that needs to approve, sign off a task, the consulted parties who are the SMEs that need to improve insight for this type of decision making, and the informed parties who needs to receive information and reports on how this risk was addressed.
Entonces, vamos a ver ahora cómo esta simulación de carga laboral es aplicada cómo se ve la matriz de Rassi en, por ejemplo, estas tareas, ¿no? Eh, la, la realidad es que esto simula el impacto del proyecto, la carga de trabajo que tiene, entonces la aplicación de gobierno lo que va a hacer es, va a ser consultado para poder hacer un uso predictivo para informar luego a esa junta directiva.
For example, in the case that this tool is being used in order to foresee the impact of a project on the workload, the Raki matrix is explaining who needs to allocate responsibilities when this information is being simulated.
Entonces, vamos a ver la aplicación aún más particular para esta matriz RASI en los riesgos psicosociales y su gobernanza.
Here is an example of the Raki matrix when it comes to psychosocial risk governance.
Fíjense que tenemos las distintas tareas en esta área y por otro lado tenemos en forma vertical, en columnas, los distintos roles y ahora vamos a explicar qué es lo que tienen que hacer en cada una de ellas.
In this setting, the roles are described as columns, and then on the line items, the tasks are listed in a chronological order.
Entonces, no voy a describir todos, pero voy a dar un ejemplo y fíjense en cómo el monitoreo continuo de los KPIs del bienestar, los distintos roles, qué función cumplen. Entonces, nosotros tenemos en este caso que el manager, el equipo de manager van a ser informados, el responsable de capital humano va a ser quien apruebe, el responsable de riesgos va a ser informado, los representantes de los trabajadores y los trabajadores van a ser a quienes se les va a consultar, al área al comité de bienestar y de IA también va a ser consultado, lo mismo que al responsable legal y lo mismo que al equipo de seguridad y salud laboral.
As an example of how this matrix works in the context of psychosocial risk, when it comes to KPI monitoring on well-being, the team managers are being informed. The chief HR officer is the role that is going to be accountable for approving what are the KPIs. The chief risk officer is going to be informed also. The representatives of employees are going to be consulted, as well as the ethics committee and the DPO and the
Safety.
HRs.
Bueno, entonces, y para...
Ezequiel, 2 more minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks.
Please conclude.
Yeah. Well, el último para destacar es, por ejemplo, este comité que tiene que hacer una evaluación del algoritmo. En el caso del comité, o sea, la revisión del algoritmo la tiene que hacer, es responsable de ejecución con la R, el comité para dicho evento, ¿no?
When it comes to the assessment of the algorithms, as long as they are ethical, the committee is responsible for the assessment, as well as the team manager and the other roles are to be informed.
Entonces, vamos a mostrar que es posible, y lo voy a dejar porque no es el momento, un prompt completo alineado con la norma ISO 45003, que es el estándar de riesgos psicosociales, y validado también por el cumplimiento de las normas europeas para simular datos sintéticos, para evaluar cargas de trabajo, detectar patrones y sugerir acciones a los líderes.
Ezequiel is providing a practical example on how we can create a prompt that is aligned to the ISO 42003 on sociological risks and the EU AI Act that describes how this workload impact can be simulated as part of the synthetic data.
Para cerrar, quiero agradecerles la oportunidad, disculparme por que no pude contar con Emma y quiero dejar este mensaje que lo llevo a la sigla humanidad, a la palabra humanidad, que tiene que ver con pasar de una actitud reactiva de las organizaciones y ver a los riesgos psicosociales como algo que tiene que ver exclusivamente con la seguridad y salud del trabajo, a verlo como algo estratégico y de forma proactiva, usando herramientas de inteligencia artificial y no olvidándose que hay que tener en cuenta la honestidad en el desarrollo de esta tarea, el entendimiento, minimizarlo, anonimizarlo, no evaluar, que sea integral, que sea transparente y que a los trabajadores les dé beneficios. Muchas gracias a todos por estar ahí.
Ezequiel, thanks for the participation and understanding that the translator tool was not available. And he's closing the session by an acronym in which humanity is being made by honesty in terms of how the algorithm is going to be used, the understanding on what are the needs and the decision making, to minimize the impact to anonymize personal data, to avoid the evaluation on appraisals, the integrity is the ethical use of these type of algorithms, the transparency, so giving an information on how the algorithm work, and how it's going to impact on the well-being of the workforce.
Por último, muchas gracias a mi traductor, Hernán.
Ezequiel, thanks the translator. Credit to Emma.
Thank you. As well, next time, even though we were prepared, even though we had tested it, these things do happen. And Emma was not available for this particular type of Zoom that we are using here. So anyway, we will be better prepared next time as well.
Gracias.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with this Raki matrix because this is such an important tool that can be used or has been used now for multiple years. However, we'll now transform it so that the Raki matrix can be used in reporting and in AI. So, Anand, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kersey. So sorry for disappointing people because I am much less attractive than Emma. Believe me, she was doing a much better work in a better way. And so today we're going to talk about how we can make risk and compliance easy to be followed. So the typical problem that we have when it comes to how we are managing internal controls, quality, risk management, reporting, due diligence, attestations, certifications, information requests that we receive in the organization, is that even though we have a GRC tool, the data is coming from different systems in different formats, and the collection of these insights are very hard to be allocated to a single department. That is one of the challenges in terms of dealing with transversal projects that they are part of the GRC sphere. On the other hand, also, even though we have a platform, even though we think it's easy to have a single source of truth, still we have manual processes on reviews that they are done by having workshops and interviews and assessments and legal review and legal evaluations on audits and tests. checklist. Still, this controlling is based on human insight. By the very nature, not only because it's time-consuming and error-prone, but also because when we are doing a manual review, or we want to foresee the type of risk or the type of correlation between different factors, our brain is extremely biased, and this is a handicap when it comes to proper solutions in the way that companies are deciding and being proactive when they need to have business plans. We are also seeing that the different type of discrepancies, expectations, obligations around the processes supported by GRC needs to move to a more proactive analysis. Since most of the reviews, most of the tests, most of the risk assessment are done by human work, we can hardly be proactive here. It takes a long time to finish one of the reviews. The reviews are done on the periodic cadence of this assessment, and not at the moment of the decision making, and definitely not at the moment that there is a change in the factors that are creating a potential condition, event, that is going to prevent how we are meeting targets and improve performance. So resilience, and as long as we are seeing more requirements when it comes to the continuity of the services, needs to be way much more proactive. And there are, as part of the AI hype, many potential solutions when it comes to automating decision making, automating risk assessment and response protocols. We usually have, even in mature settings, risk assessment that there are manual, that they need to have insight, that they need to have a specialist in second line supporting the business in first line, and then a reassurance process in third line to put all these elements together. When we believe that an assessment is going to improve decision making, or is better documenting how an organization is controlling and is addressing due diligence. But if we are able to use predictive risk models, we can easily forecast when there is a change in the patterns of the current transactions, or when we are onboarding, when we are deciding or creating a new asset, we can detect that is going to be prone to some particular deficiencies, vulnerabilities, that they can be exploited, and is going to create a loss. Now, we can train risk models using analytics that are able to collect information from different risk factors that can be articulated as an agent in a workflow in order to automatically react if there is a risk that is foreseen, not only in the internal setting in the past, but also using external information from competitors or any other type of a loss that we can get or buy external data. And by using agents, we can articulate, orchestrate different responses to that exposure. For instance, we can learn that a new client poses solvency risks. We think, according to the previous defaults and the previous learning, that clients buying a particular product with the particular income, living in a particular area, with any type of particular condition, and AI is going to be very effective in order to understand the correlations between the risk factors to potential events, are prone to insolvency risks and defaults. A model will calculate that probability, and a model can tell me that the potential client has 99% chance of default in this order, and it will take more than 93 days with 85% of confidence that we are going to finally collect the receivables. This is what the model can do. And then what we do in practice is to create a workflow, and we say, okay, as a consequence of this exposure, these probabilities, we want to change conditions in the contract. We want to reduce the credit limit to 0 or to 500 euros. Or we want to have a collateral, or we want to have a particular approval. So we link the scenarios that they have been detected by AI as a probability to workflows. So how we want to respond to that risk. And finally, we add those workflows to agents that articulate how the response should be done. So we can say, as a consequence, that this potential supplier, a client, is posing a high insolvency risk, we want to change the clause number 3 in a contract. We want to renegotiate the order and so on, or we want to increase the price. All these activities are automatically managed by agents. On top of these model agent and workflows, we also have a loop for learning. How we improve the way that we are detecting risk, the way that we are treating risk, and how we are negotiating or implementing those responses to those risks. And this is one of the main capabilities here in order to actually, without human supervision, being able to improve the accuracy of the models, improve the accuracy of the responses. And we can learn, we have metrics that automatically adjust the decision making to optimize the conditions to, at the end of the day, doing what risk management is about. That is maximizing the chances for success. How we create processes that are maximized in terms of success. So AI can learn whether those responses, those predictions were accurate, and can continually improve the workflows in this smart or intelligence to finally being able to improve the controls. In order to develop predictive risk models, is also called risk analytics. We design and we quantify the exposure to common activities that any organization is being exposed. For instance, whether a machinery is going to break, or when a client is not going to pay, or when a supplier is going to default, or when an employee is not going to follow a particular protocol in the operations. These repetitive tasks can be a good learning that an artificial intelligence model can be used from training that is coming from the ERP, from the sales software, the inventory system, the payroll system, the AI system, the IT systems, and it's a data that we can also enrich from many sources. When we created a machine learning model and we train it, we can test the accuracy. So by using historical data on whether a particular risk was materialized or not, and to which extent, AI can validate predictions, and we can calculate the chances for a false positive, a false negative, or inaccuracy. There are many techniques that they are used in machine learning that allows to assess the accuracy for the model to predict or to classify transactions. Once we are satisfied that this predictive model helps decision making and is actually saving money, and we can use this model with the settings and the resources that the organization have, we can go ahead and deploy the model as agents running, taking information from the business software like the ERP, the CRMs, the IT systems, to react to the risk. So changing parameters transaction by transaction in order to optimize the chances for success. And this is a huge change when it comes to predictive risk models. If the process is manual and we have a risk manager supporting and facilitating a conversation, whether it's a risk or not, and to which extent, even we are using Monte Carlo simulations, even if we are using convolution distributions and more advanced techniques in order to address risk, even if we have a proper back testing, it's going to be done for a process. The beauty, the value of predictive risk models in workflows is that we don't need to wait to do an assessment for the whole process. We can deploy these models, these agents, transaction by transaction. So it's not important whether the organization have this level of insolvency risk or whatever. What we can tell is that client 1, 2, and 3 are posing more than 60% chances that they are going to default the next payment in more than a week. And this is the insight that we can get. It's extremely powerful and addresses a particular transaction, a particular decision making, and not the whole process. Once that we have these workflows running, we can think about the compliance controls. So how we can predict that a control is not going to be satisfied, performed, it can be also circumvented, and is going to create a breach in an organization, in an obligation. So the first thing that we do here when we are talking about smart controls or AI-based controls is, of course, to understand what are these obligations. We need to start from the compliance register, understanding the links between laws or any regulation to internal controls, and we can ask those agents that they are responding to cases, but also to document whether there is a document breach here. For instance, we, in a concession contract, an obligation, we need to reply to a client that had made a formal observation on the service in less than 5 working days. We can activate agents that, if there is not any human intervention and already passed 4 working days and there is not any response, automatically it can monitor the potential gap and is going to create an AI generated response. So these controls can prevent the human breach by using a new content, a generative AI, to address that question. Of course, it's not going to be perfect as a human, or eventually maybe, but it gives the reassurance that if a human fails, there is an algorithm that they can compensate that error by adding a new backup flow to correct that problem firsthand. When in the manual world we were talking about corrective controls, we have a lot of extra efforts. But now, by automating the identification of risk and the treatment by predictive models plus agents, well, we can better monitor if there is a breach. And if we see that there is a breach in time, online, we can correct it and self-learn. Another important activity here is coming from alerts. If we detect, for instance, a particular wording, a particular circumstances in which we think that there may be a fraud, we think it may be a potential breach on a contract, when we think it may be a potential non-compliance, well, we can automatically create alert and generate alerts that explains to business managers that what is the risk, what is the potential risk, and also make a recommendation on how to solve it. And this is not rocket science. This is back to predictive and generative and agentic AI. These are solutions that we have plenty of tools in order to develop. It's up to us in the GRC sphere to use those tools and improve the way that we are operating. We can also create reports from those controls more automatically. For instance, I was working on SAP GRC reports on access management. They are quite gnarly, quite detailed. There are a lot of considerations in terms of the security. And if you enter into human resources that they have a particular type of security, it's even harder to understand, to explain business owners how to understand those reports. So why not, from the raw data coming from this report plus reference data coming from the particular setting for the organization, plus in this case, the SAP knowledge database, we can create a meaningful report on alerts on time to manager and say, look, this is what is happening now. I recommend you to reconsider whether this particular employee needs to have access to this particular transaction or asset or whatsoever. And it can automate the response to look for the attention of the particular manager in pain. Who is the manager in pain? Who is the manager that should act? And AI can understand easily who is responding in a flow to be way much proactive and insightful on what are the activities. And it comes to the latest stage on continuous auditing. We were talking about continuous auditing since 15, 20 years ago. Audits need to be continuous. Well, now we can detect those potential non-compliances not when they are already affecting the organization, but they have high probability for affecting the organization, whether there are operational or finance, whether I want to use these mechanisms in order to prevent any misreporting or not addressing accounting principles in the financial report, detecting fraud, to any type of operational meaning that we want to facilitate with AI. And we need to integrate both data and software. If we create a model in AI, let's say random forest in machine learning, this is a Python code. We can compile and we can create an engine that can run on data that is coming from the ERP, the sales management system, the inventory system, and so on. So we need to link the environment in which AI models are deployed with the systems that support the data interfaces to feed that model and to create feedback from those use cases. And we also need to consider integrations in terms of software. Do I need to use a platform that is based on Google or Amazon? Do I need to use SAP Joule or not, or Agentforce or not? All of these models need to be aligned in terms of the interfaces and the architecture to the software that the organization already have. So it's a nice challenge that we have in practice in order to align the predictive risk models, the agentic platform, for instance, NNA or Crew AI, with SAP, with Salesforce, with Jira, with any type of business application. I want to show one of the use cases that we were discussing as in practice with a major impact on how we can use AI in order to do an a review for contracts. We can create a prompt that is explaining how the organization is dealing with legal control, for instance, when reviewing a contract. And we can also feed these type of models with information coming from different contracts. AI can take a PDF, can scan and extract characters from the PDF, and automatically collect, even translate a contract to a data source. So now we have a transactional data, a contract in English, with a master prompt that is able to explain what are the expectations for, in this case, legal reviews. These controls, in this particular example, were aligned to the ISO 31022 on legal risk. There is a nice addendum at the end, I think it's addendum E, that lists almost 30 very well articulated controls for contractual reviews. Well, taking that, I can create an analysis that automatically tells me whether that control is compliant or not with my requirement. For instance, I am asking to review the legal capacity and the compliance status. And the AI is comparing clause by clause, contract requirement by contract requirement, what is missing or not, assessing a gap, and also giving me the reference to both documents that I can see that a control is effective or defective automatically, case by case. This is not a high-level assessment whether there are risks for contractual clauses to be defective. This is an actual control that then I can foresee how I can solve it, how I can remediate a clause that it's no fit for purpose. Which means that now, by using AI, we can expand the review in the GRC area, involving risk managers, involving lawyers, involving compliance officers, and involving auditors. Now, all of them have a different way of working. Now they have the insight, and the insight can be remediated. If, on the other part, we have an organization that is also using this type of solutions, it's going to be very easy to remediate those analyses. At the end of the day, it's going to be two AIs talking each other and negotiating the best clauses. Depending on the posture that both companies have, we may have two models that with agents automatically improving that type of decision making. So this case is extremely relevant for third-party risks. We take information requests and due diligence that they are coming in and out the organization in order to finally make an agreement that we and our third party feel comfortable without legal advisors, without risk managers, without compliance officer being involved as they are involved today. Of course that there is monitoring, of course that there is a human intervention, but it's extremely different in the way that we are now spending 80% of the time in finding an issue and 20% of the time in solving that issue. Particularly agents and the flexibility that we have today in order to train machine learning models for a more granular decision making, we have no limits now. We can say, okay, from now on, 99 or 99% of the time is being used to solve that problem, not to detect that there is a problem. When we are using these tools as a very strong use case, well, when we need to deal with onboarding, if we are doing due diligence and research for potential third party, let's say partners, suppliers, we can even use that for employees, individuals employees. AI can assess each condition with internal or external information, because we can get interfaces and scrapping of information from different sources in order to get the big picture on that potential third party. And we can classify that potential third party in groups that make sense for any organization to manage. For instance, we can say this is a strategic third party, it's a strategic supplier, and a strategic client. This is showing that it's an essential service provider. This is a high revenue client, high margin client. This is a high risk supplier because of A, B, C, and D. Well, AI can not only predict, but also classify the transactions in order to align our tiering, our segmentation, our classification. And they can say, okay, this third party belongs to the group of high risk or essential. So because of this classification, I'm gonna ask for this particular business continuity or warranties controls. Another well-known use case in dealing with third-party risk and AI is that we can continuously monitor whether there is an incident or not. So we can link any loss, even near misses, to the actual third party that causes that. And finally, exit plans. It's very important that we are not only onboarding third parties, but also offboarding third parties. For instance, if my third party is an essential service provider, I'm gonna ask to have the right to keep staff and key equipment or key services from that partner, even they decide to have not me as a client. Okay, so how we can offboard these parties in a safe way, in an automatic way. So when it comes to analyzing exit strategies and activities, making sure that we are receiving data, documentation, assets like laptops that they had been given to those third parties, or being able to be transferred to another service provider, AI can do a very good work in order to help risk managers and compliance officers and people in the operations to deal with these tasks. So we can see that the predictive risk models can be deployed in a better scope of decision making. So we can easily train even small models. We can create synthetic data even when we don't have massive losses that can be introduced as a running algorithm to control what are the chances for having a specific risk in a specific process flows that can be associated with a response automatically generated and managed by an agent. And this is not science fiction. This is not something that very few companies are doing. These capabilities in order to automate GRC without the GRC software. Look at now. We don't have a platform in order to spam people with control self-assessments or stealing people in order to get a risk assessment and workshop. These days are gone. This is the GRC embedded into the plain vanilla software that the organization is using. And it's a major change in the way that we are actually operating. I don't know if there is a question that we can address from the participants, or we are ready to jump into the next session.
I think we are ready, and thank you very much. It was fantastic to see how, when companies have been working with GRC for the last 25 years, how they now actually are able to automate it in a manner where we were only thinking 25 years ago. It is now becoming a reality, so that I'm sure GRC will get a fantastic revival in the processes, so that all companies have the possibility, have the option to control both governance and risk and compliance, and also multiple issues and areas of IT and cybersecurity. So it's a whole new world that is opening up for us. And it was nice to see how a model actually works in the organization, an AI model, a simple AI model. Of course, there are many others that are quite complex. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you.
I think we saw it for the first time, how an AI model works. Dareen Fayed, we have been waiting for you. Thank you very much. Hello, Dareen. Thank you for joining us. Of course, you are right on time, and in spite of your very busy schedule as the EMEA General Counsel for a large organization, and so many things are happening. So please enlighten us on your presentation, and take it away, please.
Great. Well, it's good to see you as always, and happy to be here to share just some of my experiences. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Give me just a few minutes to go back. Sometimes when we're working with different Zoom or Teams or whatever you're working on, it's sometimes
it's a Zoom this time.
It's a Zoom this time. So let me share and get this in presentation mode. And I have to allow Zoom because of the privacy settings that we have here. I need to give them access. So I think we're good here. Who sees my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, normally it should be working now.
It was almost there. It went back. Not yet. We lost Darlene altogether. Probably she has to sign in again. Yeah, you're back,
I'm
Darlene.
back. So this may have to give us some specifics, but let's try this again. Looks like it should work now.
There we go. Excellent.
Perfect.
We are there. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. I'm happy because sometimes we have just some technical problems. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about building an AI corporate culture across diversities, diverse companies and diverse regions. And so myself, I'm Doreen Fayed, and I am the VP General Counsel for the EMEA region for Cinch. So let's talk first about setting the stage, right? So we're going to explore today how organizations can embed culture, specifically responsible human-centered AI practices across diverse subsidiaries and regions. So we're looking to balance global consistency with local relevance. So first, I'll talk about setting the stage. Here, why does AI culture matter? Then talk about the art of implementing AI governance. This is going to be a deep dive into group versus entity level governance. Then talk to you a little bit about balancing centralized standards with local culture. So this is about adaptation, flexibility, and empowerment. Then building mutual respect and shared ethical goals. So this is about unifying principles and collaboration amongst the diversity. And then take closing and give you all some key takeaways and a call of action. If there will be time for questions, we can take them now or again at the 3 p.m. Question session. So here, how many of you today feel that your company has a clear AI culture? So either put a yes or a no in the discussion. But AI is not just a technology. Today, it's really a cultural shift. So we're trying to unlock its value, right? So organizations today are trying to build a shared AI culture that's rooted in trust, transparency, and inclusivity. So it's really an AI moment. Why is it an AI moment? Because we're in a phase today where all you hear about is AI. Every company is becoming an AI company. Either we're powered by AI or we use AI, or this is all happening whether in tech, in finance, manufacturing, services industries. Let me give you two examples where we're actually seeing AI on different stages. Yesterday, I was actually at a networking event, and in a law firm setting, someone had explained that they are implementing AI in private equity, specifically how to research the next targets. And so they're pulling through data and using a tool and how to research the next targeting companies. There you have it. You know, maybe many years ago, where this company would then do manual searching and it would take a lot of time. Today, they're embracing AI. I'll tell you, at Cinch, we're using AI both internally and externally, right? Internally to produce productivity, to enhance simplicity amongst collaboration, but also externally building AI-powered tools and technology. But today, it's, again, I'll say it's the AI moment, but it's beyond the tooling, because a true transformation happens when people and the people at the organization, not just the algorithms or the data scientists, but it's the people that understand and embrace AI responsibly. So culture is so important to establish, and beyond that, it should be responsible. So I will stress the responsibly part. But what's the challenge? The challenge here is global corporations are facing complexity. Either there's diverse regulations in different countries, different regions, there's various ethical rules and different mindsets across regions and across company subsidiaries. So how do you drive change and empower the right focus? That's the key, right? You have to drive the change. So what is the goal? How do we create one AI culture that respects many identities? So here, AI governance isn't just a compliance framework, it's an enabler of innovation and accountability at all organizational levels. So here we have the group level and the various entities and subsidiaries. So we need to make an AI governance framework that enables this innovation and accountability. So let's move to the group level governance. Here, the purpose is to set the strategic direction and the ethical boundaries, right? Have the proper governance in place. How do we do so? On the group level, you have to define the AI values and principles. So that includes fairness, accountability, transparency, human oversight. So these are the high-level values and principles that are being established. Then you establish a group AI governance board, cross-functional, across legal, tech, HR, ethics, compliance. It really needs to bring in the proper players, proper stakeholders across the business who understand the business and the data, but also who have a hat on for legal compliance and ethics. So this is really a board that oversees AI and the governance framework. Then you should build AI policies and risk frameworks aligned with the global standards. Global standards I'll refer to as the EU AI Act, ISO. A lot of different standards and frameworks are out there, but let's try to find kind of a global gold standard. And so we can build those AI policies and risk frameworks aligned with those gold standards. And then centralize the AI model registries, documentation, and audits. So it is all done on a group level, and you have that specific centralized functioning. Let me give you an example of a group level governance. A multinational bank, right? They set a group AI charter, and that charter will ensure all credit scoring models are explainable, auditable, bias tested before deployment. And so they have, on the group level, set kind of a charter that has those specific frameworks that will be trickled down. That's on the group level. Then how do you balance that with an AI standard on the entity level? So here the purpose is to translate the global AI principles into local realities. So here, when you're dealing with the local companies, subsidiaries, departments, you need to adapt the group principles to local regulations and business context. So you have kind of a gold standard from the group level, but then if you have local regulations, for example, in Brazil, you'll have specific differences and nuances that you need to adapt to. In India, you'll have specific examples as well. So let's make sure that we're also adapting so that we have local regulations taken into effect and the way the business operates locally. Then we should empower local AI champions. I call them champions, but they could be really promoters, ethic leads, someone who is leading kind of the AI culture so that they can interpret guidelines in their market, And then, of course, encourage grassroots innovation. This means have local teams develop use cases that align with central ethics. And so these use cases then can flow up back onto the group level, onto the board, and so that they can evaluate the use cases and make sure that they align, of course, with the group policies. So here I'll give you, I love giving examples because that kind of brings some concrete illustration. Here, let's say there's a healthcare subsidiary in Asia of a large group, and they're applying group principles, but they, in their local level, they're adapting patient data governance to comply with local privacy laws, right? And so that is an example of the entity level implementation. So moving to balancing centralized corporate AI standards with local business culture. Here, the best AI cultures are federated. That means they combine centralized trust with decentralized creativity. So they're really working in this flow where centralization ensures safety and reputation, and then you have localization that drives relevance, innovation, and adoption. There is a tension there, right? Too much control will stifle the innovation, but too much autonomy risks inconsistencies and deviation from the overall goal. So there should be a kind of a federated AI operating model within the company. This will help do this balancing act. So with this federated AI operating model, you'll see core standards. So core standards with shared ethics, model risk processes, reporting formats. But then you also will maintain the local freedom. So you have business-specific AI use cases, customer engagement strategies, cultural nuances. And so this will help, have that balancing act. So I like examples. Here is one. A global retail group. They define corporate rules for customer data protection, but then they allow each market to tailor AI-powered personalization according to local sensitivities. So, for example, avoiding gender-based marketing in conservative markets. If there's some kind of like automation on receipts that are allowed in some local markets, they can add that in. So it's really this personalization balance with the global group definitions. And let's have some practical tools. So how do we actually put this in place? It could be done with AI playbooks, AI culture ambassadors, AI learning paths, right? So playbooks, concise guides and guidelines for local adaptations. So this is really where it has all the specific guidelines. Then you have your AI cultural ambassadors, cross-region representatives promoting responsible AI, having fireside chats, making sure that they are pushing their case studies or their use cases out to the various people in the organization so that they are really pushing for this responsible AI. And then AI learning paths, because we're all new to the game. And so we do need local training programs within the company that align with these global principles. So you either have newsletters, guidelines pushed out, the playbooks are updated, they're sent out, but then you also have training programs, pilot programs. Maybe the AI culture ambassadors host sessions where this learning continues within the group. These are practical tools. And so, you're embedding AI culture across the organization. And so let me give you an example. I'll give you an example at my specific company where this is being done across the organization, right? So the company trains all employees. It's not just done on the data team or the data scientists, but all employees everyone who has, access to internal AI to establish responsible AI principles. There's AI ethics checklists that are built into product development lifecycle. This ensures accountability from design, from the concept to the deployment. There's AI principles dashboard. So there's a SharePoint site where teams can track whether AI applications have met governance criteria, what is allowed, what is not allowed, what's currently on the roadmap for AI. And then there is what we call a global AI Center of Excellence. It's the AI committee board that meets weekly to discuss use cases, governance, other AI relevant topics. So that's concretely, how this AI culture can be embedded, starting with the people and the employees at heart. So we also need to build mutual respect for diversity and shared ethical goals. So we're talking here about, various different diverse entities across regions. And so, of course, there's going to be different and diverse ways of working. But I think a thriving AI culture celebrates diversity. It doesn't erase it. So we're not here to have one standard and everyone must follow these rules or else. I mean, that's not the way really to embrace culture. So we'll have cultural empathy, which recognizes that ethical perceptions vary by region. So this is where you're encouraging dialogue. It's not this dictation or this order-based system. We're sharing ethical goals. So, of course, fairness, transparency, human dignity, these are universal anchors that transcend borders. Inclusive AI design, what does that mean? That means to ensure multicultural teams contribute to the model design, the testing, the governance. So you have all these multicultural teams contributing and working collaboratively together. And of course, psychological safety. So we're creating an environment where employees can question the AI decisions without fear of repercussions. So an example here was that I pulled was an international logistics company. What they do is they actually hold an AI ethics dialogue, and they invite employees from the various subsidiaries to share their cultural perspectives on fairness and automation. And so this is really inviting them to share their own multicultural experiences, and that helps really embrace this diversity. So I'll repeat it, the thriving AI culture embraces diversity. So how am I on time? It looks like I have a couple more minutes. So let me take you on some of the key takeaways. So here, governance and overriding governance, it really enables trust within the organization, whether it's on the group level or the local levels. It really has this whole trust embodiment. We're seeing balance driving adoption, right? So this is the point where we need to really balance and make sure we're driving innovation and not stifling it, the balance between the group and the subsidiaries. And then diversity definitely strengthen ethics. And that is through transparency, through acceptance and inclusion. So AI culture isn't built in code, it's built in conversation. So let's make AI a shared language of innovation, responsibility, and respect. So I started my presentation by asking you folks a question, and I'll end it by asking now, what one action can your entity take this week or next week to advance AI culture? So I will leave it for that pondering thought and stop my presentation.
Very much, Dareen. It's so fantastic to see that a legal council also has so much interest in the technological component, which is quite rare to see because these are some of the impediments we have when the whole organization is working together and you have different functions with their specific requirements and not having the knowledge or the capacities or the skills of, especially when it comes to AI and technology. But you have always been one in the lawyers in the forefront when it came to IT. So this is a natural journey that you are on. So thank you very much. Yes, indeed, culture is something that needs to be done every week. It's not the annual Christmas party or the annual summer party, but it is something that you have to do every week. And you have given us quite a recipe, starting from the board, starting from the charter, even, and how you can develop a charter. But do you think there is a need for a committee, a culture committee in the board or a committee in the organization? I know you mentioned you had the Center of Excellence, but will they take care of the daily routine stuff? Will they have the power and the authority to implement stuff? Or do you think there is a need for a committee higher up in the organization under the board?
I really think a committee is important for more of an oversight, not for the actual implementation, but to see what folks are doing and to keep track of it for proper governance, because it makes sense to allow or empower employees to be using AI in their day-to-day work and operations, but we do need oversight, and we need to make sure that that is done responsibly and ethically. And so that's why the committee can handle more of the mid-level decisions and make sure that these case by case, the cases that are being presented can be properly vetted and accounted for. And of course, sitting with the execs at the top, they should also be informed on the AI journey, and the governance should start from the top as well.
Okay. And what about the authority and the powers that your Center of Excellence has?
Quite a bit, actually. Quite a bit, because they're really making the decisions whether to give a green light or stop a project based on the governance principles. And so they're empowered, to make those decisions. If there is some kind of sensitive topic, of course, they will bring it upstream. But I think they're pretty much empowered to shape the design of AI.
So overriding powers and a budget.
Budget is always the strain, right? But yeah, I think they have some nice things, something to work with.
That's I must say this is very innovative to have a Center of Excellence, and the Center of Excellence, they consist of people who are working part-time in the Center of Excellence, or they are full-time.
So it's in addition to their actual everyday jobs, right? So it is something that's passionate to them, and they are very much involved in AI, and they are like the AI forefront leaders, where they understand a lot more about the technological aspects than someone like myself would have the knowledge of. And they're passionate, and so they are setting up these weeklies and making sure that the framework is working properly.
And one last question: how about the Center of Excellence and the red teams that the AI has?
And which team, Kjersi?
The red team. This is the terminology within the AI execution, that you have red teams or blue teams even to take care of certain issues and areas.
Sure. So, I mean, we would have kind of a dotted line between them, so that they're supposed to be working in collaboration. to make sure that, you know, it stays within the right levels.
Excellent. Dareen, thank you very much for giving us some extreme nice insights on how things are working in the real practical world and how it is possible to ensure that there is something called an AI culture in the organization. Thank you very much. Please
Thank
send us
you.
your slides if you haven't done it already,
Sure,
and
of course.
we will distribute it to the participants. Thank you. So we now come to Horatio. Horatio, all the way in the United States. And Horatio Morgan is going to tell us a lot about some of the issues now that we are coming towards the end. So assessment and how a way of assessment to ensure or identify the current state, the current situation in the organization will affect with regards to technology, with regards to a checklist approach, and with regards to continuation of the AI journey. So, Horatio, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for getting up so early. And take it away.
Good morning, Kersey, and everyone. Morning or afternoon, depending on where you are, maybe night. Just a bit of correction. I'll be looking at another area that's related to compliance and risk, but I can assure you it's related to everything that was said previous to this. So you all did a very good job. Let me start sharing my slide. Perfect. Let me get this into presentation mode. Okay. Let me get this into presentation mode now. Come on. Go back up. Oh no. All right, this thing is stop sharing. Let me get it into presentation mode now. Share. Sure. Perfect, perfect. Are you seeing my slide now? Hello, are you seeing my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides. Everything good? Take it away.
Okay, perfect. I'll be looking at the explainable AI and ethic in decision making framed through the explainability assessment framework. I looked at it as a compliance and risk management tool. Let me introduce myself. I'm Horatio Morgan. I have over 15 years as a transformation specialist, now focusing on the adoption of AI within the organization. My recent project, I'm actually at Said Business School, Oxford, now completing postgraduate in AI for business. My most recent project, I looked at a telecoms organization, and I looked at their current state, preparing for the future-proofing them for the improvement of AI within the organization. Funnily, this is where I delved a lot into cybersecurity and AI, and it has brought me over a lot to where I am now, including cybersecurity in everything that I do, because I realized that AI, data, cybersecurity, they're all built on data and therefore data privacy. So they're all built on data and therefore it must be implemented. My background originally was in statistics and economics from way back when. So I did have that base in the area. With that said, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think about this question as I go through this presentation. If you were to make an AI-related decision that is life-threatening, can you comfortably and authoritatively speak to all stakeholders, internal and external, about why you did it and how you did it? So I want you to keep this question in mind, okay? Thank you. Perfect. Let me get into what is explainable AI. It originated in the 1970s and 80s, and it's basically research-based. So everything I'm speaking about right now is research-based, over 40 years of research. And it's a mechanism to show what leaders should cover in reports on AI to build trust and support in society. Basically, what happened is that back in 1970, the leaders, the researchers saw the conundrum that would have been AI going forward, and they sought a research-based method to explain what is AI, what is AI, what it does, how do we communicate the complexities, especially with the black box effect, to all stakeholders, internal and external, in a logical, formative way. And I have developed on that now to align it to international standards going through like the EU AI Act, GDPR, which I was recently trained by Kersey himself in understanding it. So it's aligned to that in somehow, right? And what you must understand is that explainable AI covers the content of what you should report whenever you're speaking to your stakeholders, both internal and external. It doesn't contextualize the language that should be used, because we know that when you're speaking to, say, the board, you speak in a different language, you speak about profitability and so forth. When you're speaking at the operational level, you speak about efficiency. So it doesn't cover the language that should be used. However, it covers the areas that you should speak on, right? And in my presentation, I'll be looking at why AI and ethics is really important in culture and how you should report it, the explainability framework itself, scenario-based exploration, showing how it can be used across 4 different scenarios, a major case study in how it is being used, AI and cybersecurity, as I said, and I just included a slide on the tools that can be used. And I want to take your mind back to this, right? Organizations are actually doing this now. When you hear an open AI gets on the radio and say, hey, this is what our model does. This is how it aligns to ethics. This is how it aligns to transparency. This is how it aligns to culture. What they're doing is trying to explain how the model works in one, building trustworthiness, building integrity, and this aligns to market value. The more trustworthy my model is, the more customers I'm able to get. More secure it is, which goes back to the finances that I can produce from my value. So it make no mistake, this has a financial aspect in the organization as well as a regulatory aspect, because the explainable AI is now aligned to the EU AI Act and other major acts, as you can see coming up. Now, I have looked at the research, and I did prepare a white paper on the explainable AI framework, and based on all the different research that I've looked at, I've included some of those in my reference list in this presentation, which you'll get, and I've also earlier sent you a copy of the white paper. These are the 6 main areas of explainable AI that I think goes across the board in most of the research: bias and drift detection, explainability obligation, AI governance and observation, transparency and public reporting, right to understand and appeal, boundary setting and safe use. You all have said something in relation to these, because this is a framework that seeks to put everything in one category that you can use and then explain to your stakeholders. I think last night I was looking at a research by Georgetown University when they're looking at the different governance models out there. And there are so many, there are so many. We need one standard, at least a flexible and robust standard that we can use now to report on whatever we're doing. There's so many standards that we have to be assessing them now to see which one is actually covering what areas. If we can identify the most important areas that we need to use to communicate what is happening, then we're good. Or what am I doing on time? Okay, so bias and drift detection. Let me do some quick definition. Bias and drift detection really is mapped to the EU AI Act, and it looks at the lens of ongoing monitoring to support unfair patterns, changing behaviors, how data is structured, manipulated, model development, training, guardrails, continuous development. Under that category, we look at how it is explained and how we should bring it across to individuals. We have some tools that align to each category that, if I have time, I'll go through. Number 2 is explainability obligation. This ensures that AI systems can clearly justify the reasoning behind decisions and outputs. This has to do with chain of thought thinking. Definitely the black box effect. How do we explain this? How do we explain how the model makes the decisions and how those decisions affect us? Number 3, AI and governance oversight. Well, this is clear. This is well articulated out there. You're talking about policy, rules, resource management, how you establish and management boards, committees, how it is implemented within the organization, the models, how AI is developed and used ethically, responsibly. And one thought I would say is that all of this has to go in to play before you start building out the model. Some of these rules must be in place. Vendor management must also be included here. Yes, you also can look at transparency and reporting, which promotes sharing of information about how AI works, the sources, the limitation, documentation. Kersey, I remember you speaking about that. Human oversight, data fitting source. This has to go with how your data is parsed. You're talking about forecasting. If you're looking at relationships, if you're looking at trends, you should be able to explain all of this to your audience. Rights to understand and appeal. You must give your users the ability to question and understand and challenge AI-driven outcomes. Our earlier speaker spoke about this. Giving them the ability to question its truthfulness and be ready to respond. Persons feel better when they're able to reason through things, reason with individuals. It builds trust, it builds understanding, it builds acceptance. Quickly looking at boundary setting and safe use. This defines when, who, where, and how AI applications are used to, how you prevent harm, how it's implemented, the guardrails, the privacy, security. Here we also look at cybersecurity, and breaches and so forth that is taking place. This is where you look at breach guards and, as I said, cybersecurity. And you're going to have a lot of court cases, I can tell you, because we are not looking at how we secure these models. And one way of building trust into our system is to look at how we build the cybersecurity aspect into who can explain it. So at least when the regulators come in, we have that system in place to report to them how we secure the model, what our plans were, scenario planning, or in some cases, what might happen, planning to see how we react to breach guards. So all of this must be included under boundary setting and safeguards. That was a quick look at the explainability framework. Next, we will look at AI and culture. We can agree that AI is shaping culture, right? AI is having an effect on culture because it's changing the world of work. It's changing professions. It's changing jobs. It will make some jobs redundant. It will build new jobs. So it will change how things work. And also then with the changing of the culture itself will also change AI, because over a period of time now, you're going to have certain emerging trends that will influence makers, developers of models to move in certain directions. As with the unstable environment that now exists in the AI world, culture is also shaping AI, because we are going to move to where it becomes more profitable and easier. And that, in a sense, now I am being sort of on the defensive, because we are not observing certain guardrails. We are not putting in place the proper systems to move fast. We are moving fast. faster than we are putting in the guardrails. One of the main issues that we face really is documentation, or vendors are not documenting what is happening within the AI system. So yes, AI is shaping culture, while the culture is also shaping AI. And we are saying that AI is no longer optional, right? It is shaping culture, business decisions, and it looks at the growth of compliance and the black box and uncertainty. All of this is contained in the whole AI and culture shift. So we can definitely say that if explainability could give leaders and employees a way to understand and trust decision, then turning AI from a black box into a responsible tool could be very important. Would you agree then that it's very important that we are able to communicate with regulators, we are able to communicate to our stakeholders how our models work in a systematic manner, in a controlled manner, and it's in a systematic control manner, and in a very familiar manner in terms of keeping this consistency in how we report across organizations? Would that make the world a better place? Okay. Okay, great. Let's look at some scenarios right now. The first scenario is that AI in hiring. We can look no further than the Workday incident, the Workday case, where AI rejected a lot of individuals, and there's no case in the court. It's more than just diversity and integration. It has to do with how the AI is built. As our past speaker just spoke about, that diversity can be diversified in different environment. It can be different environments. So we definitely need to look at the culture and to see what is happening in each environment, right? But there are certain standards that we can apply to the use of explainable AI in hiring. We can look at the data management classification. We can look at the sourcing of the data, how the data is parsed, our models develop. We can look at model drifting in terms of training and actual change over time. We can identify a whole range of hidden factors using our XAI tool, which I gave a summary at the end. So in essence, what you want to do is show transparency and fairness within your organization. Looking at the lens of bias and drift detention, this can easily help to solve the application of AI in our hiring process, in the HR process. If we can work to implement some of these standards within the model, while also incorporating the human aspect in it, human in the loop, then we can control some of the biases. I won't say all, because some are still evolving, but some of the biases. And we have tools such as Shop and Lime to do ongoing audits, monitoring, and we have fairness tools that we can use. So explainable AI is definitely worth using in the hiring process. So you can see that it's more than just a reporting tool, but also a monitoring and compliance tool. Okay, we are looking at a scenario tool, a loan denial, right here. And the lens that we are looking at, it's explainability, obligation, and right to appeal. Right to appeal. We can look no further than a scenario where we have a disabled customer with a decent comparable income, but her or his credit is low marginally to the different categories that we have. The customer complains about discrimination and certain reporting organizations, right? This now demands an explanation, because here the reputation of the organization is at risk. Regulatory authorities can come into play. What do we need to do? We need to explain the data, the source policy, the forecast mechanism, how we build our classification groups, in this sense, across the clients. In this sense, it will help to build transparency. Maybe in this case, that customer fell outside of the region. That is, even though they had a high income, they fell outside of the applicable region where they could be given that loan. And being able to do all of this, now you're building trust and reducing the regulatory risk, because if you're able to explain this process to your customer, then a reasonable customer would understand that these are your policies, this is your history, because you're able to show this history over time and be able to understand that this is just a situation that she really didn't qualify, or he didn't really qualify for that loan. We're next looking at another scenario, employee monitoring. I think it was Hernan who spoke about the employee situation, where we can look at boundary setting and safeguards, where we can use AI to identify variables that may be applicable in a model to predict employee retention, rather than constantly surveying the staff, which does exist in certain organizations and which can be considered intrusive. We can look at certain indicators of their performance to actually predict how that employee will perform in the long run. And this will help us and prevent stigma in the organization. We can speak about this to the organization through our governance safeguard mechanism. We can let our external stakeholders know that, hey, we don't watch you, but these are the measures that we follow. These are the KPIs that we follow to really come to a conclusion about any employee, not just yourself. We do have boundary safeguards and ethical standards that we uphold. And now we are speaking about trace modeling signals and defining safe application contexts. So you can use the explainability framework to do all of this. I'm just trying to watch the time to see where I am. This one, public AI and trust. Well, we don't have to get a lot into it, because it speaks about governance, really, transparency and governance. Transparency and governance. You need this to cover for reputational and regulatory risk. No doubt you need this, right? A well-documented governance policy, Percy spoke about governance, covering data, model limitations, and other necessary components, along with oversight and accountability. Basically, you need a governance model to ensure trust, accountability, ethical, upholding ethics within your organization. It needs to start from management. It's a top-down effort. It needs to be lived, actually. That's another thing that I say. Ethics and governance need to be lived in the organization. An organization, because will not necessarily follow what is said, but follow how it is led by the leadership. So leadership must take a hold of these standards, embed it in their daily activities, and therefore this will enable organization to better adopt the changes that are being pursued. Are there several cases out there? I want to look at this case. It's really Microsoft and how they use explainability framework. And it shows how explainability can support reporting and responsible use of AI in society, right? In society. Microsoft was not being sued, but they sought to build public trust. This is all reported in the World Economic Forum. You can look up this case, and there are 2 other cases that support how they use explainable AI. Bias remediation equals bias drift detection. Decision tracing visuals equal explainability obligation. Oversight teams, governance board, boundaries on deployment, safe use, outcome, trust, adoption, and return on investment. So they all map back to the explainable AI, which map back to most of the international standards, particularly EU AI Act. And these outputs generally show how they address the risks and challenges in areas of opacity, drift, misuse, unproven value, and other areas. But I want to caution you, we still need to be vigilant and hold them accountable for what they report. They're trying to win the trust, win the favor of the public. We need to be better able to scrutinize them to see what they're doing. I am basically an ethical AI evangelist. So I will look for these things, I'll follow these things, and not just a one-shot effort, but see how they're performing, what they're reporting, see what the public is saying, right? We do have a mechanism now to follow. I do have the white paper to support this presentation. Okay. I added this section to the explainability framework based on my work. As I said, my last major job was looking at an organization that it's a telecoms organization that looked at the customer relations, cybersecurity, AI, and risk. And I realized that compliance and risk management is key to every organization. In a nutshell, we should be able to explain the model security in a clear, concise manner. You look at model protection, the mechanism, you look at risk detection, you look at risk, threat and the threat response plan, recovery plan, breach management, what could go wrong playbook, which is a scenario. All of this looks at the resilience and trustworthiness of the organization. And this is not just about looking at what is happening. There's a real risk that exists out there. Organizations are being taken to court and they're being fined. The EU AI Act has some serious fines. I mean, you're talking about GDA, the General Data Act, which supports the EU AI Act, looking about how data is transferred. Then you go back to GD, General Data Protection and Regulation Act. It does have some critical areas that you have to work across organization, from AI to data protection to cybersecurity. All of this must be meshed into one. Vendor management, again, is another area that I think Kirsty spoke about it, where your policies, you need to have your governance policies ready to share with your vendors so that when they're building these products, they can implement some of these safeguards within this product. And if that's not done, then you'll be selling yourself short, because at some point you may get a product that is not customer worthy or not something that you're looking for, is lacking in certain areas, so you have to have your ducks in a row based on what you are doing, so you can instruct the vendor, and not just instruct the vendor, but be able to follow along with the vendor to show them where they're going and they're not doing according to the contract. And within this, you need to also have a mechanism to actually, a mechanism that you can use to find the vendor if the product doesn't perform to standard, if they didn't build that standard into that product. There must be some protection for you, the customer, to say that my vendor built my product the way I wanted it, and it's according to standard and code. You must be the supervisor, the overseer for that product that is being built for your customer, because it's your responsibility to get this done, right? And the regulators will be coming after you, not your vendors. So in a nutshell, explainable AI in cybersecurity means building secure systems that can show their work so we can trust, clarify, and improve them while staying compliant and preparing for what could go wrong. Especially with zero day, which is zero sum, happening right now, where the cyber attackers, they are rampant. We don't know what they'll come with. Your planning must be up to date. You must be able to show your clients, and this involves funding in some cases, that my system is up to par and I can withstand certain attacks without giving away intricate details. You understand? You must be able to explain this to your customers, your board, whatever, so that you can secure funding or funding or support or whatever you need to get done. And this will become a very important aspect of product development. All right, these are some quick steps to take. These are some quick steps to take when you're implementing the XAI framework. You should establish governance committees. You should invest in explainability tools. I have a summary sheet here after this one. You should embed framework categories in ESG, compliance, risk management, build risk resilience and trustworthiness within your organization. And with that said, I'm gonna have a closing thought. And I asked you this question at the beginning. If AI made a life-changing decision tomorrow in your organization, would you be able to explain it? This is a quick summary of some of the tools that you can use. Bias detection. When you're at the core goal, detecting unfairness and instability, you have the AI F360 rule, the fear learning tool set, you have the evidently AI tool set. Looking at explainability obligation, this is deliver interpretable and compliant insights, sharp, LIME, PDP, interpret, ML. We have a lot of tools that can do that. Governance and oversight, how you establish accountability and auditability. You have Fiddler AI, machine learning flow, ethics board. The human in the loop is very important to what is happening in your organization, because there'll be the counterbalance to see based on culture where the biases exist, where gaps exist. So you do need human in the loop. When you're looking at transparency and public reporting, communicating clearly at the level of the stakeholders. You have model cards, you have fact sheets, you have dashboards, understanding the right to appeal, empower your users with recourse and clarity on what could happen. And this is all enshrined in law, counterfactual reviews, human reviews, looking at, I'm trying to rush through boundary setting and safe use, where you define and enforce safe guardrails, ethical deployments. You can look at risk playbooks, oversight workflows, or what included in your guardrails. So some of these, this is just a summary of some of the tools that you can use in your explainability framework when you're applying it at your base level to your organization. And you can also build out a dashboard with some of these tools, so that when your management or your leaders need to quickly track and look at some of these areas and report on them, they can quickly look at that dashboard and choose the main ones that, if they're weak or they need to cover, then they can cover them in any communication after any event or whatever, where they need to speak to them.
Thank you very much, Horatio. With such a name, Horatio Morgan, you cannot go wrong. Thank you very much and also the summary of the tools that are available that can help you, especially if you are a technical person in the organization, to ensure that all of the different issues like transparency and cross-border and safe use and drifting and bias and so on are done. I have one quick question. And in your AI and cybersecurity, you had data set training. Is it to clean the data or structure the data? What is data set training?
A data set training has to do with the original data that you use. You should be able to speak about it, because it has to be a different set of data than the data you use for your operated models. And this is where you also need that security, because data set poisoning, that's a real issue out there. If your training model is poisoned, then your operating model will be poisoned and it will give you a different result from what you have been looking at. So how you parse your data, the data that you include, the data that is missing actually is very important, right? What are you looking for in your data? Are you looking for correlation? Are you looking for regression analysis that looks at the direction which variables interact with each other? So when you're speaking about training model, you look at all of those things in relation to what you want to get from the model.
Metadata. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, Horatio. This brings to an end for today's Corporate Culture Day, or this year's Corporate Culture Day. We have been having these Corporate Culture Days for multiple years. We started with the sustainability component. We went into the algorithms. We talked about the cultural drivers. We embedded it. We integrated it. We talked about the Raki model. And then Dareen took us across the organization with the diverse, and how do you start with the board and the frameworks and the charters and so on, and then ultimately implement it. And then we had Horatio talk about the demystification of the AI. Thank you very much, everybody. All of our speakers, fantastic. There are dozens more who will be watching this online when we clean up the recording and send it to them. So thank you very much for your participation. I hope you will join us again sometime in the future. And with that, we conclude the corporate culture today. And keep in touch, and we will send you both the recordings and the presentations from our fantastic speakers. It was such exhilarating to go so much into detail on one subject, and if you get a complete structure and hold of it, my God, you don't have to worry about the culture in the organization. So thank you very much. We appreciated your participation, and we'll see you some other time. Thank you. Goodbye. And